think live. It looks like we're live. It looks like we're live. I should be able to see y'all in the YouTube chat any second here. I'm going to have to do some stuff. Oops. And then I'll be able to see all your wonderful faces. Welcome to Tarothon. As you can see, I took the moment to have a fancy setup here. And I think it was worth it because I got my card cam here. This is the first time I've ever had the card cam here, which I'm very pleased with. Let me pull up the live chat. See all you lovely folks here. I'm also going to just make sure that everything's streaming properly on the site. It's about time I do that. Let's see. Oh, it says it's waiting for me. I wonder if I have to hit a button. Let me see. It says I'm streaming. No views, though. I got an idea. See, I think I'm live, but I think... About time I do that. Yeah, we got the wrong link in there. That's exactly what's going on. Give me a second here. Let's fix this. Right now. I knew it might happen. It's okay. Fixed. Saved. Now we're good. Now we're live. Welcome to my one concurrent viewer. Welcome to the new setup with the Tarot Cam. I got the list up there. We've got our fundraising tracker up there. Let me go ahead and refresh that fundraising tracker. I don't think anything's come through in the last few minutes, but let's just check it. Yeah, nothing's come through in the last few minutes, but you know, it doesn't have to come through every minute. It's the steady buildup of it. It's the steady progression. So it looks like we've got one viewer on YouTube. I'm going to see if I can get that open. That would be the best to see who's here, because then I got to see the chat, see who's what's going on here. Get me to live here. All right, live. Catch me up to the moment. Showing me live chat here. Okay, cool. We're live. We can see who, what, where, when, and why. If you're here in the chat, Val, Kohav, Gata, Joey, or Sadie's, let me know, because that's how you get your reading. And in the meantime, I'm just going to hang and do my thing here. I'm going to make sure all my technicals are good. I know we're running about 45 minutes behind schedule. Well, even more than that if we go with the original schedule. But I have a warning. What is the warning? What is my warning? Why am I being warned? What am I being warned of? The stream's current bit rate is lower. Well, then let's fix it. Fix the bit rate. How do we fix it? Let me pop up in the chat here, live chat. Hey, if you're watching live, do me a favor. Give me a shout in the chat. Let me know. Let me know you're here. Let me know you're here. This is, okay. Now my stream health looks good. Everything looks good here. Looks good to me. If it looks good to you, it looks good to me. I think I see people chatting. Cuban Chica, good evening. Welcome. Cool. So that leads me to believe that this thing's working. That's exciting. Looks like we got a few folks in here. So if you want to sign up to get a reading with these here cards, I got to say, I'm loving Tarot Cam. It was worth the 45 minutes, you guys. It was very worth it. And I've got this like space all blocked out on my desk. Okay, so now what I think's going to happen here, if this works, there's no guarantees here. But I believe that our good friend, and I hope he can hear me. Dr. Cosmic, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to have to bring you in on the screen. Now, all y'all, can you hear Dr. Cosmic? Doc, talk for me.
What am I saying?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure they could hear you. They definitely can. So now let me add your video here. We're doing We're doing a lot of techie stuff here, y'all. A lot. A lot.
Where are
Okay,
you
here we go.
streaming? Where can
Ready?
I find you?
Now, Doc, if you would do me the indulgence of just turning your video on just so I can make sure I got that working all good. Because I have a photo of you now. Hey! There he is. All right, here's what. Let me rearrange some stuff. Oh, actually, fuck rearrange. Let me put you right next to me. Look at that. Look at that. Are you watching this live, Doc? Do you see you're right next to me?
Where should I be looking? Is this Discord? Is
I'm gonna
this
scooch
Twitch?
me
Is this
over a little just so you're
Instagram?
not on my shoulder. There we go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just pull this caption up over both of our heads. There we go. Now we're delivering the message. Here we are. We got our tarot cam here. How am I looking, Doc?
Where should I be looking for you?
Well, on YouTube or right on hoodooMoses.com.
Okay, let me go there.
I think it's fancy for conjure is what I would call this. Fancy for conjure.
Let's see.
And you can spread the word.
Oh,
Hey, welcome to AAM Meter 1. Love hearts to you too. I don't know how to do this heart thing, dude. I'm too old for this. Like this? Am I doing this right, kids? Help me out.
click the intro.
Folks watching on YouTube, folks watching on hoodooMoses.com, let me know how I'm looking here. How are we looking? Does this look good? Does this look professional? I don't do a lot of streaming, as you all know. I mean, I do a little dabble. I dabble here and there. But hello, ethereal goddess. Welcome. Now we're getting cooking. It's a party. Dr.
Okay,
Cosmic.
Trickster's Treat 2024 Tarothon.
That's
Okay,
us. That's now, right? Did I get that right?
Let's see.
Let me get this little gray.
Good, professional. I don't do a lot of streaming.
And then you probably want to mute mute me. Mute the YouTube.
Okay, I see myself. I see you. I see the tarot cam. I see the funds raised. I see the list.
Excellent. All right, so you're slightly off frame in your camera, right? I'm not fucking that up. I'm adjusting
No, that's
stuff.
yeah. I'm slightly off.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
slightly off.
Okay.
I'm turning my camera so I can get a better setup myself.
So I'm gonna scroll down the list. I can't show the full list because if you ain't noticed, it's a tight screen. Issa, you just popped up on here. Shira also just popped up. So Issa, you are our sixth on the list. You know, the issue is I continued in old documents. It starts at 127, which is fucking insane. Let me see if I can delete some rows here, you guys. And then we can just get it. Delete rows 2 to 127. Just bear with me. Oh, yeah, that was a fruitless effort. Jeez Louise. Sorry, gang. Okay, we're back. I know the list disappeared for a sec. So Issa, you are actually right after Sadie's. And I'm going to do the call right now. You guys know how it works. If it's your first Tarothon, which I think Kochav is the only person who is registered who this is the first Tarothon for. How this works is I'm going to read the list. If you're here, guess what? You get your reading. If you're not, I'll go back through it. I always try to do the list a couple times, but I make no guarantees. Isa, I'm going to try to extend this window so we can see more of this. Because I know that would probably be helpful, right? So it's going to go to the list and drag that down. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Crow's Nest 1408. Welcome. Thanks for joining the Tarothon. We're just really spooling things up right here. I'm going to give you guys the pitch as we wait for everyone to tune in. Of course, please spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your family. I'm going to be at this for a hot
Tell
minute.
Lottie and Dottie.
And everybody. Would you say the dog,
The cat,
the dog, and the bullfrog. There we go. So, Dr. Cosmic, while we're waiting for people to show up, Issa's bar hopping. So, Issa, I don't know if you're ready. You don't have to be in the hot seat quite yet. You tell me when you're ready. You're bar hopping. You're tuning to us while you're bar hopping. That's dope. Are you in a costume? That's also important to know. You know what? I'm going to say this. If you're in the costume right now, I'm going to send... Hey, Val. Cool. You're up on the list. Good to see you again today. You're on the first of the list, so you're going to go first. If you're in a costume during this stream, I will drop the Zoom link for the chat that I have with Dr. Cosmic. Whoop, right there. I'll drop that link. You can join us on Zoom. You can hop on your camera, show me your costume, and I'm not really going to... I guess we'll do something cool for folks in costume. I haven't really thought about that. I don't have a good plan. This just occurred to me. Just occurred to me that we can...
So can I use this link to bring my team in?
I don't want to flood the place.
Okay.
But if they... Well, it depends. If they're going to be delivering readings,
Yeah.
then yeah.
They're going to be ministering and prophesying and all of that.
Well, let's wait till we get cooking, though, because we're just getting
sure.
started. We only got 6 people in here. I'm going to tell you all right now. If you look way up top right here, there's that funds raised for charity box. I want to tell you guys a little bit about that, because I'm kind of passionate about this, all right? So a lot of you guys know that Dr. Cosmic and I recently did a retreat. We recently did our first retreat. It was an incredible experience. We'll be looking at pictures from that retreat. We'll be doing some very cool stuff during this whole thing. We'll be reviewing a slideshow of that, with all that good stuff. When we left that retreat, there was the first of a couple hurricanes coming to destroy the eastern coast of the United States. And one of our good friends on that retreat, our friend Balin Lavore, returned home to find everything destroyed. It wasn't but a few days later that another hurricane headed directly for Florida and destroyed communities to some of our community members there. So we decided we had to do something, and what Doc and I did is we took our top 110 classes and we put them in a few bundles, because we know that not everyone needs or wants 100 classes. 110 classes. So we have a $20 bundle, a $40 bundle, and a $100 bundle. All the proceeds from that are going to go to charity. And when I say proceeds, Shopify takes their little processing fee, whatever that is, and the rest of it goes to charity. Okay? It's not like we're taking an administrative fee, none of that stuff. If you buy one of those course bundles, all that money is going to go to charity. Already, we've raised $2,525, which is not a small amount. Not a small amount for what we're offering. It's just phenomenal. And I know the value we're offering is, we kind of were talking today, like, are we kind of crazy, right? Like, we sell these classes for what? Minimum $30 each, Doc?
Minimum,
right? So this is more than $3,000 worth of classes. You're going to get it for $100, and that's all going to go to charity. That's all going to go to charity. So if you want to get in on that, it's at hoodooMoses.com. It's the class bundle. There's the $20 bundle, the $40 bundle. And the $20 bundle gets you 20 classes. The $40 bundle gets you 50 classes. The $100 bundle will get you 110 classes. You got to give us a couple minutes, a couple days, I should say, on getting you those classes, because these are huge files. And we have to deal with all kinds of stuff with file transfer limits and all kinds of jazz. But we're going to get everybody all their files in the next few days here. Obviously, I got a Tarothon going on, too. We got a lot going on. We're going to get you those files. Trust me, you're going to take your whole lifetime to go through them, so give it a few days for you to get them. So, if you haven't gotten a bundle yet, if you know someone, even if you know someone who doesn't really care about Conjure, whoa, you see that zoom out, Doc? How did I do that? Can I do that again? Oh, look at that. That's cool. That's cool. I got to remember that. Whoa, that's real close. Even if you know someone who doesn't care about anything we have to teach, but they care about giving $20 to support something, just do it. Maybe they'll enjoy one of the classes, maybe they won't. Right? So go ahead to hoodooMoses.com, same place you signed up for this, and you'll scroll down, you'll see the charity offerings. You can go ahead and pick up one of those bundles. I'll also tell you, because we've had actually quite a lot of action on the bundles. What we haven't had so much action on, and I see someone picking up a bundle right now, so thanks and congratulations on that. You're part of something awesome. Well, we haven't had as much. We've had some action, but we haven't had a huge amount of action on, and I think it's maybe because people don't get it, is the charity auctions that we've got going on. You see, we've got a number of charity auctions going on. Dr. Cosmic and I are collaborating on 5 of them, and then my dear brother Cassidy and I are collaborating on 3 of them. And what these auctions are, I'll just run you through. Actually, Doc, why don't you camera on for me while I take a step away from here and go grab the candles so I can actually show how flippin' massive these things are. Would that be all right, Doc?
for sure. Give me
Excellent.
one.
I mean, they're right over there. I just don't want to have nobody on camera. That
On
would be a
screen.
boring thing to
We
do.
don't want dead air.
No, exactly.
I think I can turn this on. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. There we go. There's
Yeah,
Doc. All right.
it's really been an interesting journey up
I'll be right
to
back.
this point. And part of the excitement has been, I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but not only the classes, of course, as Moses already said, but even some of the offerings that we have lined up for you, from candles to mojos to personal consultations with both of us. And I'm really excited about it. I'm ecstatic about it. I can't wait. And I want you guys to take a look at these humongous candles. These aren't just your regular
Now,
7 day
hold on.
candles.
Let me get another candle for reference. Give me 1 second.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to put this here by the tarot cards. I mean, look at that. Let me get a 7-day candle here.
Very unreal.
So now that's one of our Black Herman candles right there, which, all the candles I do are slightly larger than the average, Botanica candles. This is slightly larger. And this guy's a flipping giant. I'm going to show you on the other cam just so you can see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's not even close. These are gigantic candles, right? And so that's cool in and of itself. But what Doc and I love about the gigantic size is not only that they burn for 14 days, which is cool, but it's that we can put so much work in it. When you were working these, Doc, you were putting the makutos in all of them, right? The little dolls.
Everything, yes.
Everything. So what we're doing with these candles, we got one of each color. We got one red, one green, one blue, one yellow. If you're unfamiliar, the different colors are kind of used for different intentions. I'm going to break that all down on the auction. And we're going to, one of one, make you a custom candle. I mean, custom from the art on it to the prayer on it to all the fixings in the work. Doc and I are going to collaborate. We're going to communicate with you. We're going to collaborate with each other, send stuff back and forth, and send you the finished candle. So if you are interested in getting in on those auctions, you're going to have to go to hoodoomoses.com, go back to that charity section, and go ahead and place your bid. Now, as we end this Tarothon, kind of as we coast past midnight on Halloween in a couple days, not tonight, we're going to be announcing the winning bidder. And so I get it. It's an auction. You don't want to bid to the last minute, but let me tell you, you're not going to game this system, because if you bid within 5 minutes of the ending, it's going to add more time. And if you bid within 5 minutes of that ending, it's going to add more time. So don't worry about playing the games, because this auction I got all day. So go ahead and get your bid in if you want to be on this. All right, that's number one. That's for the candles. But now let me tell you, because we do have some bids for candles, and that's great. But if y'all are sleeping on a custom mojo bag from me and Doc, y'all are straight like we were talking about, and we were like, do we have to get this to someone else, or can you just make me one? Can we just keep this? You see, if you haven't been following Dr. Cosmic's recent work with the Dorodongos, Doc has been making these. Do you describe them as medicine balls? How do you describe them, Doc?
Medicine balls, for sure.
Yeah, because people might be thinking of the workout equipment when you hear medicine balls. But Doc has been making these incredible crafted objects. And we're going to use that as a heart of a mojo bag that we collaborate on together, one of one. We're making one of these, folks. This is not a new offering from Doc and Moses. This is not something you can get next month. This is not something you can really get next week. When we're done with this, we're done with this. So whatever you got to do to make it happen, get your bid in on that. And now, Doc, I'm going to invite you to camera on again. And I know I keep doing that to you. You keep camera off and so you can enjoy yourself. But I'm going to invite you to camera on again because I want folks to see your face on this one. Because most of these folks don't know who Cassidy is. And you had the pleasure of spending the week out in Moab with Cass. And so the man's craftsmanship, both in terms of just making stuff and his magical craftsmanship, are top notch. I don't know, as we said then, right? Like, there's not really anyone else in my world who I trust with that kind of stuff the way that I trust Cass, right? And that's where we're at, guys. You are not going to get another opportunity to get fine handcrafted materials. And let me say what Cass is making, because you've seen Cass's rosaries. He was wearing them the whole time. His
Insane.
rosaries are unbelievable. This is not just some rosary that we're picking up and we're blessing or something like that. This is not just some rosary that we're consecrating. This is a handmade, hand-carved elements in your rosary, right? We're talking about fine sterling silver. We're talking about amber. We're talking about ivory. We're talking about custom. And I'm saying all these elements, and I want to be clear. I can't guarantee your rosary will have these elements because it's going to be made for you, for your spiritual path, for your intentions, for your focus, for your astrology, right? With your birthstones on it. We're going to be engraving the talismans that are appropriate to you on the pieces, right? So this is truly one-of-a-kind spiritual art. All of it is going to a good cause, right? We're going to cover the materials, of course, but every dollar of profit from that, every penny of profit of that is going to the fundraiser. Right now, and now I haven't included the auctions in that number up there because auctions haven't ended yet. So all the funds we've raised have been from the webinar pack. And so that 25, which is a cool number, is where we're at right now. Folks, we're trying to be at $3,000 before we end this stream tonight. And we got time. We got about 5 hours. 5 hours. If we sell one bundle an hour, we're going to be there. Because our goal, Doc, I'm going to give you this goal. We're trying to end this Tarothon. We're trying to, at the end of Halloween, I want to be at $5,000 raised for charity. How's that sound to you?
That's great.
That is exponentially more than I've ever been able to raise for charity. We are already off to a better start. So I believe in this. All right, you folks have been very patient. I'm ready to start doing readings, I think. Let me look at my list. Let me hop around here. All right, list is looking good. I have Val, Kochav, Gata, Joey, Sadie's Jackson, Issa, and Shira. Val, I know you're here. You're up first. Issa, you're going to be up next if nobody else shows up. That's for sure. And I got a special thing I want to announce to everyone, though. Because, Doc, you know I like the Halloween spirit a little bit. I don't like the corny shit, right? But core at heart, Scorpio Venus, I like spooky season. So when we get a nice crowd here, I'm going to say 20 people. I don't know the last time you've heard someone read Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven.
The Raven.
But I read it for my girls every Halloween, and it's a tradition. I absolutely love it. My favorite teacher ever used to read it for us every Halloween, and I just, I would be honored and thrilled to read The Raven for all y'all. Now, we're not going to do that now. I know people want to get tarot reading. They're not here for me to read poetry. But I think every night of the Tarothon, I'm going to read a little Edgar Allan Poe, just for shits. What do you think? When was the last time you read The Raven, Doc?
I can't even tell you.
Do you know that he talks about, just so you know, because I just read it to the girls today, so I'm fresh on it, right? If you ever doubted, maybe this guy's a little occulty, I don't know. He's talking about his obscure tomes that he's looking at. He's talking about the seraphim appearing with censers of incense. He banishes the Raven. When I read it tonight, I'm gonna read it like a conjurer. That's the only way I know how to read things. When I read it tonight, you're gonna be like, "Oh, this is a conjure poem." I'm about ready to read it right now. Damn it, show up, people, because I want to read The Raven. Let me get through some readings, and then I'll read The Raven. And who's up first? Val, you're up. I know what we're reading on, but Val, I'm just going to ask you to confirm in the chat that you're still here and that we're still reading on this situation. Ooh. Yeah, The Raven is purely a conjure poem. That's what I've learned. Read it to my kids today. And it's one of those things, poetry is like... The reading of poetry is so much like the vocal delivery of conjuration. So many people who've watched us work live have remarked on our composure, they've referred to it as, or the power in our voice, all these different ways they've referred to it. And that's the exact same thing, that we bring to
Moses.
Poetry. Yes, Doc.
You know it's best than anyone. What's the Hebrew word for poet?
Sorry, I'm drinking and making disgusting drinking words. What's the Hebrew word for poet?
For my understanding, the Hebrew word for poet is the same word as prophet.
Okay, that's what I thought you were, because there's a modern Hebrew word for poet, obviously, but that's what you're shooting for. Yes. Well,
Naviim.
and the interesting thing about that too is that I was just talking to one of our common friends who was just doing a little work for. I haven't posted that work yet, so I'm not going to talk about it too much. I'll post it tomorrow. About the gift of the prophet. Does the prophet see the future or speak the future? Right. And same with the poet. Does the poet observe and report the future, or does the poet write the future? Or the truth? Maybe more the truth than the future in both cases, right? Does the prophet see the truth or speak the truth? And does the poet, write the truth or I don't know, observe the truth, what have you?
Foretelling or forthtelling.
Yes, foretelling or forthtelling. I love that. I also got to tell you, Doc, this is going to be a side conversation we're going to have. I just encountered this philosopher, René Guénon, a French philosopher. And now I know what you're thinking, Moses. I know you don't like French philosophers. I don't like French philosophers. But Doc, we got this guy writing in 20th century. And I found about this from our favorite Islamic scholar, because he does the whole book on his YouTube. This guy's writing in the 20th century. In the 1920s, he's in France. By 1930, he goes to Egypt, converts to Islam, becomes a Sufi. His entire message is a critique of modernity, delivered from the philosophical perspective of the ancient initiatic sciences. This man said, I'm going to oversimplify, paraphrase, to make it sound a lot stupider right now, okay? I just want you to know that, because the man's a genius. This man said, everybody's known since the beginning of the recording of human culture that that iron belongs to Mars and lead belongs to Saturn, and these are malefic metals. And here we are building our cities out of iron and our plumbing out of lead, and we wonder why we're a world seized by war.
Ooh.
Who?
What a word.
What a word, right? This dude.
Why not gold? Why not copper? Why not silver?
This dude. Well, and he leads into that with what I'm talking about. I have a fondness for metaphysics, right? This man leads into that with the universe is pure energy. Matter is the densest form of energy. The vegetable is the least dense form of matter. The animal is the next dense. And then the mineral is the most dense. And of the mineral, the metal is the most dense. And of that, you're taking the malefic metals and you're building out of that. Like,
the basis of the basis of the basis of the basis.
I mean, spitting, dude. And like, now he is highly critical because he was a contemporary of all the people we're highly critical of. He is highly critical of the Theosophists. He's highly critical of the Rosicrucians. He's highly critical of the OTO. He's highly critical of the Golden Dawn. As he's like, yeah, they're just kind of appropriating Eastern culture, bits and pieces of Eastern culture, and putting it together. They're taking pieces of traditional cultures and putting it together in a non-traditional way to fit their mold. Whew. This dude's saying this in 1930, bro. He's highly critical of the contemporary spiritism of his time. In fact, the only time I had encountered his name before was when he, in a title he has called The Spiritist Fallacy, which I believe is in our Discord. And naturally, I have a soft spot for spiritists and spiritualists, right? But what Guénon says, as you know from our time in Moab, like, if the metaphysics don't work, Moses ain't gonna fucking believe it just because somebody feels it. Right? There are ways the universe has worked that the ancients have observed since the beginning of time across cultures, and whatever we do has to be consistent with that. And so the fundamental inspiration and enthusiasm that someone may have may be a valid experience, but it's not necessarily a spiritual experience. It may be a material experience. Anyway, this is all part of a book. The title of this book has nothing to do with anything spiritual per se. It is called The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times, because the book is talking about how in the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, before we entered our current Iron Age, the Kali Yuga, quality reigned. In our age now, quantity reigns. And look at how everything is quantified and quantifiable, right? Your Instagram tells you exactly the number of likes. And he is also, it's the same book that I was talking about the other night, where he was talking about don't count your money, because then it becomes quantified. And now the qualified experience of abundance, of your blessing coming as abundance, is no longer on the table because you've quantified it, which I feel like we encountered.
You said that was like the kind of how miracles work. Miracles work in the unquantifiable.
Right? And we talked about this in terms of something completely different months ago, I feel like. I remember walking around talking about how it was a very conjure idea. I think I encountered it in the Talmud somewhere, that the gain and the loss can only occur in the unquantifiable. I'll have to revisit that and but
I think that spoke something to the to David, numbering and making the census.
the census, right? There's maybe something to do with the census. And I know the Zohar says because the Zohar kind of takes themes from each of the different portions of the Torah and extrapolates on those. So in the one on the census, Ki Tisa, I think, it says, yeah, censuses are good, but don't count your money. Don't count your property. Like, when someone pays you, count it and make sure you got the right amount. But then don't constantly. And that's the idea of the man who can reach in his bag and pull out infinite until he looks in the bag and counts, and then that's it. It's done. That's the amount there is now. Now there's an end to it. Before it was endless. So anyway, this guy, René Guénon, The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times is the book. It is a number of titles. Ingenious man. Like, what the fuck? Writing in France in 1920. And just like completely shitting on all the fancy thought of the time, because think Egyptology is huge right then, right? So he's like, you think you can read the hieroglyphics, you maybe can figure the symbol, but you have no idea as to the initiatic mystery that it points to. Strong recommend. Gata, welcome. I'm sorry you were in the wrong place. I'm sorry there's a wrong place to get into. I think I fucked it up and I set up 2 streams. You're on the list, so that's great. You're right on time. We were just talking about René Guénon. Thanks for joining us. As always, I hope you told a friend. All right. Enough chit-chat. This has been a good warm-up. My friend, Val. Hold on, I'm going to feed these cards right off the bat, because this, by the way, gang, this is the same old deck I've used for the past 2 Tarothons. It is pretty close to falling apart. Some of these cards are not intact anymore, so I got to recognize that. It is a full deck, and if they fall apart, I have a new deck right here. So I just want to really break this one down so I can transfer the spirit to the new deck so I don't have to train the new deck. And maybe we'll do that. Now that I have a cool camera for it, maybe we'll do it. I don't know that I want to light the fire on my desk, but we'll see. All right, team. A little ASMR. I'm excited to read the Raven on this mic, because I can do all the different mic techniques. I'm excited. This is going to be fun. Oh, we have 11 viewers. You know that when we hit 20, I'm about to do the best reading of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven that you've ever fucking heard. Way better than a tarot reading. This is my second time today, too, so it's like very fresh in my mind. All right, Val,
You can see the little reflection up top, too.
Yeah, that's my phone. Because the tarot cam is my phone, so you have a reflection of my phone here. It's pretty cool. I think it's cool. Hey, by the way, if you haven't picked up your Road Opener shirt yet, and you enjoy this stuff, please support the channel. Please support everything we're doing over at HoodooMoses.com. Grab a Road Opener shirt. And while you're there, is Trickster Streets sale. What that means most significantly is first of all my private stock formulas that I don't usually sell are for sale. So literally these are the only things I use for my work. I don't really work roots anymore because I've already worked the roots into all these formulas. It's my full library. Yeah, if there's a special case, I might add something. I might customize. I might whatever. But by and large, I just did 3 jobs. And all I did was grab from these formulas, and they hit. So, if you're interested in doing the work, go browse. But more importantly, make sure you browse them all, because it's Trickster's Treats. And you know Moses likes a little fun. So I've hidden coupon codes. Like, you want a free t-shirt? Go fucking find it. It's waiting for you. You just got to read through all the descriptions. And, all right, now I'm going to give a pro tip. Scroll to the bottom. Don't be lazy. A lot of people being lazy. A lot of people only clicking the ones at the top. Scroll down. All right. I've given all the tips I can right now. Oh, but let me say, please don't use a discount code for the charity offerings. I hope that's straightforward why I would ask you. Any of my stuff, you find the 50% discount code and you want to use it on my most expensive thing, have a blast. Buy fucking 5 of them. But for the charity stuff, please check out separately. Thank you. You agree with that, Doc?
Of course.
Yeah.
Don't cheat on charity.
Yeah.
It's bad luck.
Well, phew. Go tell him. All right, I'm excited to see this tarot cam in action. Val, I know we just had a session earlier today. I know that you're curious about this gentleman. You're curious. What's going on with him? What his thoughts about you are? What his intentions are with you? There's a spread I'm going to do. I don't know if it's all going to fit in my cam zone here, because I wasn't able to turn the camera the way I wanted and still have it come up right side up. So I'm going to try it and see how it comes out. Val, do me a favor. Pick a number between 1 and 8 while I say the prayer. Don't give me the number yet. Just actually, if you're hearing this, we're on a slight delay, so go ahead and put it in the chat. I'll look when I'm done with the prayer. All right, Joel. All right, Val. Give me a number between 1 and 8, please, my dear. 4. Excellent. Cool. First, we're going to cut this deck. I'm going to cut it again. We're going to cut it again. Now we're going to shuffle it one more time, and I'm going to split it into 8 piles. And I'm actually going to lay out the piles in the tarot cam box. And we'll make sure that you want to do number 4. I believe you. I'm not doubting you. But just once you see the piles, maybe it'll give you a vibe. You guys, wouldn't it be cool if I knew card tricks? I don't. I can barely fucking shuffle these. I certainly can't be like, "Pada!" I've heard there's like magic shows that mix card tricks and tarot, but that could be the sort of thing where it's gimmicky if it's done a certain way, but it could be phenomenal if done another way. I don't know that I'm capable of it. All right, Val, we said piles. Here we go. So first we split the deck in half, and we have 2. Now we split each of those in half, and we have 4. And now we split each of those in half, and we have 8. Oh, I don't need his name because you're picking the pile here, my dear. That's why. You know his name. You know your question. You know what you're thinking about. Because I don't want to put that all out there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people watching this. So you now scooch this guy down so you can see him. They're mostly all in the box. So number 4 is this one. Is this the one you want, Val? This is an interesting format for tarot, you guys. I think we're breaking new ground here. Or do you want to switch it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll wait for Val's number. I'm going to check the list real quick, see how it's growing over here. Okay. Not growing too drastically. It's growing. It's growing. I got to scroll down again. Get the updated list up there. It's growing, but we can handle it. We're not getting out of control here. I know the last night's going to be busy. That's how it's going to be. Because that's Halloween. People are going to be all drunk. That'll be fun, though. Folks, if you're just tuning in and you're not on the list, you want to get on the list, go to hoodoomoses.com, click the link to sign up. You'll be on the list, and you can get your reading. Welcome to the new viewers joining us. So, Val, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You want 4? Cool, we're doing 4. Boom. See, the only problem with the tarot spot is it's like actually pretty far back on my desk. I gotta lean pretty far. Oh, dude, he's ready for it. This is you, this is him. I'll explain what they mean. But hey. Dude, this all looks really good. This all looks really good. Val, I gotta tell you. He does want what he's talking about. He does want the family. He definitely at least wants the marriage. I don't think he knows what the family entails. You want the family. You want the family. He wants the marriage. He is paranoid. He is guarded is the word I'm looking for. He is guarded. Why is he guarded? Betrayal. What kind of betrayal? Oh, we were just talking about this, my friend. On that old Ace of Wands of his, the male member is represented by the Ace of Wands. What does he want? He wants partnership. He's looking for a partner he can trust. He's looking for a partner he can trust. As for you, you're sitting here waiting, and here he is appearing out of nowhere for you, but something ain't right. Look how dissatisfied you are. Your arms are crossed. There's something materially wrong, as we discussed. There's something materially wrong here. You're worried about it. You're stressing. You're not sure if it's him. You're not sure what it is. But you are assured slow progress here. Slow and steady progress here. Remember the working we discussed when I talk about slow and steady progress. And again, that outcome, he wants partnership. You want a marriage. The only thing that's really in question here is whether he's personally ready to be a parent. Not that he doesn't want to be a parent. Some people are, ready for it. Some people are going to grow into it. It looks like he's more a grow into it type situation here. I'm going to say with the magician at the center here, that work that we discussed, let's get that going. Let's get that going. Both of those, right? Because we have two factors here. Ooh, my tarot cam just dropped out. That's weak as fuck. I'll have to look into that. I mean, I have my main cam. We can make this work. But I'm not happy the tarot cam left. Oh no, main cam's freaking out. Come back, main cam. How about I take this off here so not everyone knows my phone password? Man cam, I'm down here. There we are. It's an automatic camera. I can turn that off. Let me do that. Let me do that. All right, main cam. And now tarot cam is back. There we go. That's a slightly different angle now. There we go. If you saw my janky desk setup right now with the duct tape and all that, holding all these cameras together, it is not as slick as it looks on the YouTube. Let me tell you.
He's conjuring everything in place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Let me get the chat back up here. I've lost that. What do you think, Val? What do you think? Does this not match exactly? I told you if we did a reading, we were only going to find out what we already know. So I'm glad that's proven itself true. I think you agree. What do you think, Doc? What do you think of my read on these particular cards we got here? And I know you can't quite see all of them. I think this is an interesting symmetry. This is her. This is his side. This is her side. Now we believe that he has been bewitched. He's had his nature tied. I think that this reflects that suspicion here.
Oh,
Right, because we have the betrayal of his old Ace of Wands there, and we discussed a working to take care of that and then do some love working. She's gonna work a photo of him. Val, you okay with me sharing your business up in here with everybody? I don't want to tell that work because this is kind of like a personal working. What do we say here? This matches exactly what we talked about. That's what I'm saying, girl. I'm glad you showed up. I'm glad we got the reading to confirm. It's always good to get the second opinion. It's always good to do the further diagnostic, right? But we got this. This is very much in hand. This is very much in hand. So I like that. Cool. Let me tear down the spread. Let me look at who's next on the list as well. Looks like Kochav is next, who may or may not be with us. Gata following after that. We got 13 concurrent viewers. As you guys may or may not know, when we get to 20 viewers, I'm reading Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, and it's going to be the best damn performance of that poem you've ever heard. I thought about getting some costumes and props and stuff like that, but really, it doesn't matter. And I'm not going to do any crow calls. That's not what's going to make it the best damn performance you've ever heard, despite my skill at those.
exceptional skill.
But I'll say when I do the Raven's voice, when I did it for the kids, I did like a cartoon one. I did like, Nevermore. I don't know if I'm going to do that one for the grown-up version. I might make it more croaky.
When we were in Sweden, y'all, I had the esteemed pleasure of hearing Moses narrate a story. And let me tell you, it's phenomenal. He really has a gift.
Oh, he heard me. He heard me tell a story to my
voice
kids.
Acting
That's
or something.
Right. Yeah. You know what? So one time I was getting high with my roommate, and we found this voice acting book that I got at a garage sale. And for whatever fucking reason, this voice acting book had exercises in it, and one of them was an ad for a hydroponics shop. So your boy naturally just dived into like the stoner voice. I couldn't even do it right now, but it was so fucking hilarious that we just sat there and worked through this book. So I don't have voice acting experience, but I do a lot of voices for my kids. All right. So I'm not going to put all your business out there, Val, but Doc, how do you like this for a love working? And actually, what I'm going to ask you is if there's anything you would add, take away, change, whatever. Let's give it to Val here because Val's been with me a long time. Val's from New Jersey as well. She's from I won't say where. That's giving away a little too much. So we believe this man's nature's been tied. So she's going to do she's going to make his picture into a name paper, baptize that. She's going to set a chain around it in a circle, or she's going to set it in a circle of chain. And then she's going to break that chain with a hammer as she's stating exactly what she's breaking. I'm not going to give away too many details here. I want to keep it somewhat personal. And then she's going to take a pair of her underwear that has not been washed and wrap his picture in it and put it under her front doormat. And then over 7 days, she's going to go ahead and move that closer to herself. So, into the house, into the hallway towards her bedroom, into the bedroom, closer to her in the bedroom. The 6th night, it's going to be in the bed with her. The 7th night, she's going to wear that underwear with the picture in it. How you like that? How would you change that, if at all?
That's a good work.
That's a good work, right? I know the face you're making if your voice sounds like he said. No, that's
What's she doing with the chain?
Oh, my bad. Discarded at the railroad tracks.
Hmm.
Right on the track, so it run over the train, as well as the tools used for it.
Hmm.
Break that permanently and forever. And we got it lined up so she can do it on a Friday, a day of Venus. She can do the chain breaking on the hour of the sun, get that to the railroad and get back, and then do the love work at the hour of Venus. Ain't bad. Ain't bad.
Not bad at all.
Ain't bad. You know, it's simple, but it's got all the...
Get everything it needs.
It's got all you... Now, if anyone in the chat is curious what the hell we're talking about, that's what we got, a bundle of 110 classes. I had to break it all down for you. And really, I was saying to Doc, like, I had to talk with Reese, my wife, earlier, and I was like, look, babe, I got good news, and I got news that might not be so good. Because Reese is a Capricorn. She manages our household very skillfully and wisely. And she said, what? I said, the good news is we've raised, like, $2,500 for charity so far. And she's like, that's awesome. What's the bad news? I was like, well, we're giving it all to charity. And the truth is, and this is what I said to you, Doc, I am so excited for everybody in the world to watch those 110 classes. I'm not gonna say this, even though I'm saying this on YouTube. But if I found out you gave away the recording of that class, I wouldn't be mad at you. And that sounds crazy because obviously that's our bread and butter. That's how I feed my kids. That's how Doc cares for his temple. That's how we feed our spirits. But what I do know is that once you guys have all seen those 110 classes, we'll finally be ready to teach everything we've been wanting to teach for all this time. Because that was, I mean, we did Hoodoo Academy. That is 18 lessons, 3 hours each. You could watch this stuff for weeks. What do we say that it was more than a full college course worth of instruction hours,
Way
right?
more.
It was like that's what it is. It is a full 12 credit hours, college credit out. Like if you were getting an undergraduate degree, it's a full semester of Conjure College for $100. And once you get that first semester done, we can finally teach the second semester. We've been teaching the first semester for fucking 7 years. We're ready for it, guys. Please. All right. We got 14 viewers. I'm so excited for the next 6 to show up. If you haven't signed up to get your reading, please drop your name on the list. Val, how you feeling about that answer? It seems like you already have confirmed that has confirmed what we saw in our reading. So I'm going to go ahead and advance the list. We'll see who's up next. If you haven't signed up yet, again, hoodoomoses.com. Boom, I'm seeing Malak. I don't know if it's Malik or Malach. I don't know how you pronounce it. Has shown up. I have Richard. I have Moni. I know y'all. Hey, everybody. Hey, Moni. Hey, Richard. Hey, guys. Everybody in the chat, say hi to Moni. If you're near your chat, say hi to Moni because Moni's about to become your best friend. Now, I met Richard and Moni in L.A. And now, Doc, you got to meet Richard out in Moab. And you know, the best thing about a wonderful man is his wonderful wife. It's always the way. You meet a man and he's just like a kind, good person. You know his wife's incredible. And Moni is that. And now I'm pleased to say Moni is part of the Holy Mountain team. She's going to be she's already answering all your customer support. So if you get a DM, you get an email, that's Moni. And Moni's here in the chat. So hi to Richard, hi to Moni. All right.
Hello, Richard. Hello, Moni. I see my godson Malak is in the chat. Bar Navi, son of the prophet. Blessed to have you as well.
Gata up next. Kochav, if you're here, you're up next. But otherwise, it's Gata. So drop me your question, girl. I assume it's going to be... I know every time we do this, Gata, you just ask for a general. And I'm fine to do that. But I wonder if you have a specific this time. Because I like variety. Hey, who is here now? I'm pretty sure Gata was. That's why I'm thinking of it. Who's here now who was at our Halloween party when COVID hit? Man, that was 4 years ago. Wow.
You mean the online one?
Yes, sir. The Zoom party we did.
Oh, wow. That was wild.
It was fresh lockdowns, dude. Everyone was posting about we miss Halloween. And we were like, all right, let's do Halloween. And Zoom had just come out. And we did a Zoom Halloween party. My man 100 Decibels DJ'd. Soon Come Sound, I think he goes by now. Wouldn't this be dope if we had a DJ for these? For like Tarothon? So, because there would never be dead air. Like just in the background while we're talking, like lowered down. Because I can't just play music. YouTube won't allow me to do that. But if it's DJ's mixing, then it's usually unique enough to pass through the YouTube. And actually, DB's composes original stuff. Maybe I'll see if I can get him on for Halloween. He's going to want a pretty penny, though. And man, good work ain't cheap, as we know. All right, Gata, we're waiting on your question. Anyone else who wants to get on the list, I see people getting on there. Now we're starting to cook. We got hours left on this thing. If y'all haven't picked up the course bundle and supported, just get in at the $20 level if you don't need 110 courses. Just
How did you pick your 55?
how did I pick my 55 what?
Your 55 courses.
Really? It was a mathematic thing for me. I know that's lame. I picked my 55
Virgo.
courses by, yeah, it was Virgo. I picked my 55 courses by selecting the top courses that I wanted to give and then the courses that would add up to the right number. It's probably 85% of my courses. It's most of my stuff. 55's a lot, dude. I was shocked to find out we had that many.
Why not that, too?
You have way more than me, but all right, Gata, my friend, I got to scroll down here maybe. Do I have a lag? I might have a lag also. I might have to open this in YouTube and make sure. Let me just peep. Nope, no lag. Oh, wait. Yes, I do have a lag. I do. I have a huge lag. All right, now I'm back in here. Simon Days, welcome. You were at the party. Gata was at the party. All right. You have to move, and you have way little time to do it in. How's that going to go? Because it ain't looking good, she says. Well, let's see how it's going to look for you, Gata. This one. All right, that's a good sign. I'll tell you that. Yep, that's not a good sign. All right. Well, what's your current savings situation looking like? Maybe before you blow all your savings on the charity course bundle, set some aside for a little help. Honestly, it looks like you're probably so. It's where you're coming from, how you're where you're going, how you're getting there. By the way, loving the tarot cam on the 3 card. That's phenomenal. Anyway, you're probably gonna have to like throw a little more money at this than you're interested in doing, and you're probably gonna have to get some help on that. Tower stays following you. That's maybe something we should talk about. That's not how life's supposed to roll. Maybe we should talk about some cleansings or uncrossings, if that's really how it is. But yeah, I think you're gonna need to get a benefactor on this one to support this move for you, because there's going to be unexpected expenses in this. There's going to be, and like already you're expecting the unexpected. You wouldn't have asked this question if you weren't, but this one's going to be, yeah, it's going to set you back. You're going to end up in debt off this. I think you're going to land on your feet, but you're going to end up in debt. Bad news, but I give the bad news too. Do you want to ask a follow-up question? Like, if you don't know who that person is or how you should approach that person or what have you, let me know. Doc, you have any analysis on this? So it's the first card is where we're coming from, second card's where we're going to, third card's how we get there.
Oh, yeah. A downsize.
Downsize. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think we should get very creative in our new moving strategy. And I think a wealthy benefactor is very helpful in that.
Is that a
But what's not
roommate? Is that a roommate? Is that how it's a
certainly can be.
downsize? Maybe that's what it is, yo. Maybe that's a roommate type situation. Let me draw a clarifying card on this. Hold on, I'm gonna scooch these up. Kohav, I see you checking in. I got you. You're gonna be next. Yeah, it's a roommate. Justice and balance. We're talking about. We need a collaborator on this. This might be a move into someone's place. This might be a couch crash until you can take over something situation, because this is a downsize. This is a downsize. And just be patient though, because you're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. But there's gonna be a setback here. So just anticipate it when it comes. Don't stress it. Be cool about it. And know that that's a stage in the process, right? If you know that that's a stage, if this is a machine that you back up a little before you drive it forward, you're not going to freak out when you back it up a little, because that's how you get, the engine to start or whatever. So just anticipate that. Be cool with it. And just roll with it. Don't let it stress you when you hit those situations. Because when you hit those situations, that means that it's on this path, right? When you start to hit those hardships in this process and you have to lean on other people, first of all, when these things happen in our life, it's because there's a lesson, right? There's a lesson here about preparing for things. There's a lesson, there's the material lesson, but there's also the spiritual lesson. There's a lesson here about community. There's a lesson here about trust. There's a lesson here about humility. There's all these lessons. All that said, remember, this is the outcome. So when you're going on this journey and you're like, this is bullshit, remember that's the way to get here. It's a long road trip, but this is the destination you're shooting for, which is a type of stability you haven't experienced yet. There is a downgrade that is how you get the right angle on the upgrade. Because what's going to happen once you downgrade is you're going to then find your income picking up. That's this here. And when your income picks up, because you're downgraded, you're going to be in a situation that you haven't been in before, to save more of that in reserve, to begin an investment account, to do all these things that are not feasible right now because the cost of living that you're facing is higher. And what that's going to accumulate to as it builds is something that's going to take you to a quality of life that is better than what you left behind. It's about patience. It's about that. This has Saturn all over it, right? Are you having your Saturn return by chance? Because this, or Saturn opposition or something like that? Because this is, this is all about responsibility. Go slow, be measured, hold your horses type shit, and don't let it break you. Don't let it discourage you. It's going to feel discouraging. Don't let it discourage you, because it is the way to here. It's actually reality check. The way you're going doesn't go here. The way to here goes through all that. Doc, follow-up thoughts?
No, you hit it. The word I'm hearing is pivot. Pivot. This is your pivot of the year. This is your last pivot of the year. And this can be used to your great benefit. It can be used to be leverage. Very sure.
And the way you just said it, leverage, pivot, that's exactly, there's something about this where it's like a vantage point or something. Like you can't reach it from where you're standing. You gotta take this step back. What I'm seeing, pivot is the word, actually. I'm seeing the image of, well, if you already had your Saturn return, Gata, it can't be, because it's going to be another 27 years till your next one. But if it's been 13 years since then, you're at your Saturn opposition.
15.
15, excuse me. I might have got both those numbers wrong, to be real with you.
It's pivot. It's like...
so what I was saying about pivot, what I was picturing is like, I don't know, I pictured boxing and like where you got to kind of step to a different angle to be able to hit your target, because where you're standing you're just going to get hit and you won't be able to hit what you're trying to hit, and you got to like take a step back and move to the side, and that's this lateral move that you're about to make here, which is a pivot. That's a pivot. That's crazy that you said that. I mean, not crazy, it's almost like you poured oil over my head at some point or something.
And how might we How might she be reinforced spiritually with this process? How might she reinforce herself?
You know, it's tricky, right? Because on the one hand, we're inclined to give advice to how to avoid it or whatever. But that's not what we want to do here. We want to coach you to face this with resolve, with courage, with an openness. So you could think about two spiritual approaches that are going to be compatible with this. The first one is to really embrace that opposition, embrace that responsibility, embrace that burden. And that'll be by doing a little work with Saturn. And two of my favorite ways that can absolutely be used in tandem to work with Saturn that are kind of the more low-key ones. You can get pretty high-key with it. Where's old Cassidy when we need him? One is to secure yourself a block of lead and carry that like every day. Oh, you're 53? Yeah, you're on your second Saturn return, dude. almost fucking guaranteed, yeah, Doc? 53 is like right on the
Certainly
money.
heading in that direction for
You
sure.
either just had it or about to have it. You're in the neighborhood. And he moves slow, so you feel him. In any case, carry a block of lead is one of them. It's heavy, it's dense, it sucks. Walking around with that fucking thing. And, like, ideally carrying it in your hand, which sucks. But even putting it in your pocket or your purse just sucks. It sucks the energy out of you. It's terrible. But Saturn's going to appreciate it. That's number one. Number two, on Saturdays, go ahead and get yourself a plate. And every hour of Saturn, and I know you know how to look up the planetary hours. Every hour of Saturn, go ahead and put $3 in that plate. And go ahead and do this for, what's the magic square of Saturn? 25? Is the magic number? 314. Hold on, you guys. I gotta look up the magic square real quick.
45.
45. So for 45 days, which is 6 Saturdays, right? And then you're going to go ahead and give that money to a homeless person on the street. You're going to hand them the cash. Don't give it to a charity. Hand that cash. And if you want to be super cool, you can put it on like a black plate or put the plate on a black cloth and then wrap the money in that black cloth when you give it to a homeless person. Ideally, look for a homeless person wearing all black. Bonus points if they're in a wheelchair or old.
Old and decrepit.
Yeah, if you get like an old dude, man, I lucked out. I found a dude with one leg, wheelchair, beard, bald, old and decrepit, wearing all black. Like, that's my Saturn guy.
You just left the scythe at home.
Did you drop your scythe? Do you need a scythe? Yeah. And so the amount you could do $3. Just stick with the $3. Don't overthink it. Saturn doesn't like grand gestures anyway. Yeah, there's no fun stuff to do with Saturn. So that is the one approach you could. Well, I'm about to give you a third approach too, just because it's your boy over here. Okay. Second approach to take on this in terms of like compatible energies. Mercury approach. Pivot, move. Hermes Mercury rules all this stuff. So be working with him. Have your, be feeding your Mercury dimes. Be saying your ode to Mercury. You do the same planetary charity thing, but do it on a Wednesday. Square Mercury is 8 in a row. Correct, Doc? You got your magic squares in front of you?
No.
Mercury is 8 or 9. Let me see.
I
8 by
think
8.
his
Yep, 8
number
by
is
8.
eight.
Yeah, he's 8 by
Yeah.
8. So you can give $8 or $64 or $260 are the numbers for Mercury. Same thing, hour of Mercury, put it on a plate. For Mercury, use like a checkered pattern, or I use orange for Mercury. How do you feel about that, Doc?
Orange, mixed colors, rainbow.
Yeah. Checkered, any of those is fine. Go ahead and make the planetary charity to Mercury. There you go. The third thing if you want to make this Saturn suffering stop, I'm going to paste it in the YouTube chat. Shit, you can probably find it on YouTube. I don't know how to link another video in here. But the Hanuman Chalisa in English. Here it is. Boom. Oh man, I just felt it just reading the title of it. I felt it. Here we are. Come back here. Hanuman Chalisa. There you go. Just dropped it in the chat. It said that whoever prays that 108 times, for 108 days basically, will receive the protection of Hanuman. They will be considered a devotee of Hanuman. Now Hanuman made a deal with Shani, Saturn, a long time ago, before he was called Saturn, before he was called Kronos even, that he would not trouble any of his devotees. That is, Shani would not trouble any of the devotees of Hanuman. So this is a backdoor hack to make your Saturn sufferings easier. If you can find a Hanuman temple in your area, and I think you're in Jersey City, there's 100% going to be one. You can go there. Oh, Hanuman Mandir on Newark Ave in Jersey City, bro. There's one in Piscataway. Yeah,
Is that
dude.
the Monkey King?
Yeah. Did you know that Hanuman defeats Saturn?
No, I just got into the Monkey King stuff recently. I saw the movie.
Oh, Hanuman, dude, when I was having my Sarasati troubles, and like things were, you know, on a personal level how bad it was for me. I went to a Hanuman temple I stumbled into one almost. So it looks like 781 Newark Ave in Jersey City has got a Hanuman temple for you. So yeah, just look Hanuman temple. Google will have it for you. You can go there. There is a type of it's called puja. It's a sacrifice. It's offering. So you can do Hanuman the puja, and if you tell them what's going on astrology for you, they'll do your Jyotish chart for you, and they'll tell you what's going on astrology if you sit with the priest. The people like Hindu believers go there to seek Hanuman's help when they're having these Saturn astrological troubles. So they'll help you right out. So that's what you should do. Cool. Mark Dune, you better believe I'm doing free readings, brother. You got to get on the list, though. You got to go to hoodoomoses.com, what it says up above me here. There's a link to sign up. Go ahead and sign up, and then you'll be on the list. So, Gata, that's what I would do in your situation here. Seems like a rough spot, but you know what? This is about growing up. That's what Saturn is here for, is the reason we all have that energy in our chart, because it is that energy that enables us to have structure, to solidify, and to make our purpose materialized in the world. So, you know, it doesn't only come from fun. Next up, I got Kochav, I think, still here with us. And after that's going to be Joey, and after that's Sadie's, and after that's Issa. So Kochav, if you're here, check in. Joey, if you're here, check in. Sadie's, if you're here, check in. Issa, if you're here, check in. Issa, I hope you're still bar hopping. I hope you're still having fun. Thank you, Gata. Folks, I'm going to do the plug again. Please, please, please help support the charity fundraising. Help support Hoodoo Moses, too. Shit. You know, I love giving all the money away to charity. I have my own bill still, unfortunately. I haven't escaped modernity yet. Issa, have one for me. That's dope. We're in someone's ear while they bar hop. Think of that technologically, Doc. That's crazy to me. How's this tarot cam working out for you guys? Cosmic, how's the tarot cam working out for you as a collaborative reader here? I like this. I've never done this before with a collaborative read.
I love it.
It's great.
It looks good on the YouTube.
It looks not bad. It looks not bad. Yeah. Gata, it's interesting that you would say you're boned for now, of course, because bones are ruled by Saturn. And if you don't have bones, you're a pile of jelly that falls on the floor. And this is where you grow your bones. I don't think this is too private. I think this is cool. So my wife, Super Capricorn, has tattooed on her backbone, where I guess roughly the place where girls get tramp stamps. She has the quote, she didn't know this about Saturn or astrology at the time, never grow a wishbone where your backbone ought to be. If that ain't the most Capricorn thing in the world. Kohav, you're up. Drop your question whenever you are ready, my friend. Whenever you're ready. Get a drink here. Okay, cool. Simon Days, got you. Man, everybody drink. Everybody drink. If you don't have water, well, Issa, you can drink alcohol because you're bar hopping. Everyone else drink some water because we're going in deep. You guys, should this be one of the ones where I eat mushrooms? Can I say that on YouTube? Fuck.
We're getting close to the
It's legal here.
poetry reading.
I guess I didn't say what kind of mushrooms. 18. We're getting super close to the poetry reading. Listen, get 2 more people in here right now. I'm pulling up the Raven in the background. Holy shit. I'm so psyched.
They are coming.
Just get 2 people. Ask people to do you a favor. Oh, I'm so excited.
Is this link
19.
shareable?
19. One more. Yeah, the link to this. Oh yeah, just right click on the video and you get the link. Y'all want the link to the Raven? Should I pull that up on the screen? I'll just read it. All right, Star. I'm gonna answer your question first, Kochav. But you gotta do me a favor. We gotta get 20 people in here so I can read the Raven.
Isn't Kohav Hebrew for
Star. For Star.
Star, it
which
is,
is what
yeah.
the English name here is. 3 people left. They were like, I don't want to hear the Raven. They were like, I'm not trying to hear to read Edgar Allan Poe. But you guys, it's Halloween. At first, I thought Halloween was weak when I had kids. I was like, oh, they took. I loved all the debauchery and all that. But now, the debauchery was the weak version of Halloween. Oh, everyone's leaving. No one wants to hear the Raven. No one. They're like, please prevent this from happening. Okay. Kochav wants to know Naz's intentions towards them. Hey, Renee, what's up? I think that's Renee, right? Hot chocolate?
Mm-hmm. Chocolate. And bring some spheres in here. Maybe it's interesting. But I don't know if they're sound will come through clearly. I think I need a reading from you.
All right. Here's what I got for you, Naz. Or Star, excuse me. Fundamentally, we're coming from a confusion. Your question itself is confused, right? What are the intentions? Where we're going to is slow progress. Slow progress. Genuine, authentic, considered, but it's not hesitant. It's not cautious. It's like plodding with a D, not with 2 T's. Plodding. Right? It's just measured. Measured is the word. How we get there is interesting. This guy's my favorite card in tarot. A lot of people talk shit about this guy right here. All right. 7 of Swords is a foreigner in a camp of knights. He's leaving with a bunch of swords that he didn't show up with. People call it deception. People call it trickery. I fundamentally feel it's resourcefulness, right? Because the knights, they leave all their swords lying there, right? There's something here. Let me read the next line and then I'll interpret it all together. Kind of just looking at a deeper level on where we're coming from. For you, there's clarity of vision on your part. Where we're going to is definitely a progression in phase, right? This is the cipher. This is the cycle that we're talking about. Like, we're finally gonna get where you're headed, but it's gonna take a long time, and it's gonna take a process, perhaps, of you or them getting caught in something. This is really funny. I personally have a courtship story like this. But getting caught in something, and that may be forcing like a revelation, of some sort. And that somehow being a freeing situation. So the intentions, unclear right now. I think Naz is not a person who has very clear intentions of those sorts. I think slow progress will come about here, and it's going to come based on a revelation of, we'll call a secret or a hidden intention, maybe an uncomfortable moment leading to a supremely more comfortable and happy follow-up to that. That's what I got for you. Please let me know if that makes sense or if you have any follow-up questions to it. And presuming not, or even if so, let me peep ahead. So we got Val, we got Kochav, we got Gata. Joey, are you here? Sadie's, are you here? If not, Issa, you're up in your bar hopping. And then Shira's going to be after that. And then Malak's going to be up after that. Ooh, I feel like I ate the mushrooms. I didn't eat the mushrooms. I don't even have them on the table, but I feel that electricity in my body. I feel like it's like the Pavlovian response. I'm doing a Tarothon, so my body thinks I'm doing mushrooms. Hot chocolate says it right above my head, girl. Hot chocolate, excuse me. Sign up at hoodoomoses.com. That's how you get on the list. And while you're there, do some of the other awesome stuff. But do me a favor, don't leave YouTube. Because we are... Kochav, yeah, I can explain a bit more.
We're right at 22.
Are we at 22? All right, I'm going to explain a little more to Kochav, and then you're going to get the best damn... Yeah, energy mushroom, Shira. You could call him that. Mm-hmm. You're going to get the best damn rendition of the Raven you've ever heard. Hey, somebody hit the like button, please. I see 0 likes. Yeah, he doesn't know what he wants. He's very uncertain. He's not even thinking about what he wants, really. He's just kind of going with the flow. And it's going to take some corralling, might be the word. It's going to take some... You're going to have to direct the situation. You're going to have to bring him to the conclusions. You're going to have to ask some questions. He's not going to want to answer the questions, but ultimately the discussion is going to be beneficial. That's what I have to say on that. Renee, you bought the bundle? Let me update this number then. I should have an updated number here. Or unless you bought it, unless you bought it previously. Yeah. So we've sold 28 bundles so far. That's the 28 of you really showing up. Thank you for helping. Does that make sense? Kochav, Star, whatever we're going to call you. Right now. We could do it bilingually. That's all good. Gio, you see 3 likes. All right. We're missing 15 likes. That's what it is. And how many people we got in here right now? I might have to refresh the window I'm looking at here. All right, I see 11 likes. That's much better. Thank you all. Thank you. Oh, I'm looking at top chat. Let me see live chat. Sorry, y'all. So, Star, you have to give the push for sure. You have to give the how do I want to say it? I see it like a frame you're building around him. Like you have to lead him to the conclusion. What do they say? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So you have to give the push. You have to kind of lead him through it, step by step. Don't take him right to it. Now I'm seeing these likes. We got 19 people in here. We're so close. We're so close. We have 18. These people do not want me to read this poem. Guys, I promise it's going to be good. I know poetry sucked in school, but they didn't let me teach poetry in your school. It's not that they didn't let me. I didn't try. I'll be honest. I have to take responsibility for not teaching poetry in your school. I can't blame your school. All right. So, Issa, I think you're going to be up next, but you might get to hear the Raven while you're bar hopping first, because we might get one person.
It's going to be an elective in the Conjure College. It's
What?
poetry.
Poetry? It's a prophetic thing, right? Isn't that like...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly, it's certainly part of their training in the prophetic training.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's not required, but it's definitely an esoteric science.
So how might we reinforce?
Hold on, I want to take a step back to Star's response here and ask a question, which is, I just see in the chat here, like he tries to initiate, but nothing ever happens. So when you're saying he tries to initiate, but nothing ever happens, he doesn't succeed in initiating. Like what happened? You gotta like take that prompt and you gotta lead him. That's what I'm saying. You gotta lead him to the next step and the next step and the next step and the next step. But if he's showing you that he's trying to initiate, he's just that confusion that we're seeing there is showing that he doesn't know what the next step is. Maybe people are scared of the Raven, but that's 20. That's 20. Y'all, stick around. Hit record. There's a button I think you can hit to record a clip here. It's healing time. Welcome. It's healing time to the person. It's not. I mean, but also it's healing time because I'm about to read the Raven. This is going to be healing for me. There's a way for you guys to cut this clip. And if you'd like to cut this clip, I'm not going to be mad at it because I think this is going to be pretty epic. So I just want to make sure if I lean into my mic, I am off camera. All right. That's all right. We got something for this. You can follow me, Mike? Here we go. All right, y'all. Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. Again, it's Halloween time. I need music in the background after this, though. We're going to figure that out. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. And eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my book's surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is, I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, what with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven, of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door perched, and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. That wasn't a very good one, you guys. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. That one was all right. That's the one I did for my kids. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store. Caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy onto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er. But whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er? She shall press. Ah, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, that God hath lent thee, by these angels he has sent thee, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. That was the one. That was a sweet spot right there. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore. Desolate, yet still undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. And the raven never flitting, still is sitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Thank you. That was the Raven. How'd I do, Doc?
Oh man. Oh man. I heard the incantation. I heard the invocation. I heard the evocation and the conjuration.
What did you catch? How much conjures in that poem, though?
I did. I looked and said, "Wow, I missed all this before."
Yeah.
At the door.
At the
Said
door.
Lenore.
I mean, first of all, it's coming at the door, at the threshold of the door. Then what is it? It's a bust of Pallas Athena, right? That's what Pallas is. And then he's talking about, let's see, I think each category has one. Then he's talking about the Plutonian Night, right? Then he's talking about, let's see, what else? We've got the bust of Pallas, the Night's Plutonian Shore. Then he's talking about, I guess when he first saw the Raven, he's like associating it with all the lore that, even in the beginning, what was he studying? He was studying many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then the Raven comes in and he's like, oh, this is weird. This is so funny. What's a Raven doing here? And then he's like, wait a second. A Raven is a bad omen. And then he's
call him a prophet.
having this interaction with the Raven. Yeah, I thought awesome. I love the Raven. Cool. I hope y'all dug
Ebony
it.
Bird.
I hope y'all dug it. I love that. I'll do another
And he says here,
poem each night.
doubtless. No. Where is it?
Are you looking at it? Here? Let me drop the. I'll drop it in the chat.
Ominous bird of yore.
Yeah, ominous bird of yore.
He says, like he called it a devil, a demon.
And I love that he does this one conjuration where he goes, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, right? That's exactly how you conjure a demon, right? Like,
Call upon a higher name. Is there balm in Gilead?
yeah, is there balm in Gilead? Talking about the balm of Gilead. Okay. Kochav, I left you hanging there. I'm sorry. I got too excited to read the poem. It's done now. It's not coming back.
Bird or devil. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, right? I know you're going to read that again this Halloween. That's how this goes.
Now I need to go through all of it. I'm thinking to myself, I need to have you read the guillotine. I'm not the guillotine, but the what's the other one he did? The pendulum.
Pit and the Pendulum. Oh yeah, I'm doing Telltale Heart for the kids. For Farron at least. It's a little fucked up. So Telltale Heart starts with this dude. He kills the guy. He buries the guy in the floorboards, and you can hear the heart of the guy in the floorboards, right? But the whole thing is the dude has what he calls an eye that looks like a vulture's eye, and then he just starts referring to it as his evil eye, both in caps.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And look at this exorcism. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie that so have spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from my heart. Take that form from off my door.
isn't that great?
What a dismissal.
Yeah. I like that line, take that beak from my heart. Leave no plume. That's great. All right. Hey. We got
the Mayfair.
Yeah, we got people showing
We got some
up.
folks who are ready to come.
We got Corey here. We got Richard here. Shoot, we might pull them on the Zoom and have them tell you about the retreat. But
How about Juju's waiting on the link?
hold on. I got readings to finish. Welcome, Jessica. Welcome. Now we got us a party. All right, listen. If you want to sign up for a reading, the link's right above my head here. HoodooMoses.com. Go there. There's going to be the schedule for the Tarothon, and there's the link to sign up right on there. I also want you to know we're going to go for 3 nights here, so if we have to continue, we're going to pick up on the same list. We're just going to keep rocking the same list here. Also want to let you know, obviously, we're raising funds for hurricane relief. We've raised already $2,500, and the way we're raising these funds right now is we're not just asking you to give us money. That's ridiculous. We're selling these class bundles. It's 110 classes. We sell these classes for $30 to $50 each. So this is more than $3,000 worth of classes. This is what we've been selling for years now. We've got all these classes. They're going for 110 classes for $100. If you don't want to get in for $100, we've got the 50 classes at $40, or we've got 20 classes at $20. Whatever makes sense for you. Please, we're helping members of our community, the communities of members of our community in Florida and in North Carolina to recover from the hurricanes that have come through this season. We are very, very pleased and grateful for all the progress that we've had so far. And we also have to say, we cannot continue to offer this deal. This deal is going to end on November 1st. So please, 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 please take advantage of this. Tell everyone you know to take advantage of this. And we'll keep going on this. Kochav, I want to finish answering your question. And I hope you're still with us here. He doesn't end up meeting with you. You're going to have to make this happen. He's what we're seeing on his part is just indecisiveness as a person. Is he a Libra? Very airheady type vibe. You're going to have to corral him, is the word. You're going to have to corral him. All right. Joey's up. Sadie's is up. If neither of them's up, Issa, what bar are you in? Give me a shout out to that bar. Also, I guess I'm in a position to tell everyone, if you are devotees of St. Jude, want to be devotees of St. Jude, or just want an actual, genuine third-class relic of that was. This is what blows my mind about the St. Jude relic stock. It was this that when I shared it with my family, kind of made it real for them, because it's his arm is his relic, right? It's his arm bone, and it's not just I touched it to a relic and it has a relic power. That's St. Jude's arm, right?
The St. Jude.
The Apostle Jude. Jude, as it says on the back of the prayer card. No, there's the other prayer card. As it says on the back of the prayer card, it's in Spanish, but Servio fiel y amigo de Jesús. Friend of Jesus, right? It's Jesus' homie, right? So think of what that arm has done. In particular, that arm has embraced Jesus. That's the arm that I touched. That dude, the arm was at the Last Supper. Like, that arm. Not like an image. This is an image of that. Like, that bone was in the room. So that's what all these relics are touched to. So if you don't want to get the St. Jude relics.
This is a third-class relic?
Yeah, it's third class. So if you touch something to a first-class relic, it has enough. What's the word in Christianity? I know there's
Well, so I have here these notes here. I'll just say, and I could jump in the chat if y'all want this, but just quickly, we did this class in 2022. Third class relics are items that a saint touch or that have been touched to a first, second, or another third class relic of a saint. Examples.
I thought a third can't make a third. I thought only a first can make a third. Maybe it's a first or a second.
Oh, well, let me put that into
to your notes. Maybe I'm wrong, because if that's the case, then my desk is a third class relic now. Everything here is third class relic. My house a third class relic. We got third class relics galore.
One of the examples is that, the anointing oil of the temple. That's why you couldn't just use it in anything, because anything it touched, it also made. And anything that thing touched, it also made. Anything that
definitely that, because that's the first class. I guess that has some cascading thing, but that's a little more. All right, Issa wants whatever they need to know. He's a Leo. Well, then, let me tell you. Here's what we got to do. You need to, again, corral him. It's not trapping him, it's corralling him. What's the difference between corralling and trapping? When you corral an animal, it thinks that it has space. Right? You have to let him think he's going where he wants to go. But you have to just keep lining things up like that. So, meaning, you have to present options, and you have to make them so good that he's not going to say no to him, basically. But he thinks that he made that choice. He thinks that he came up with that idea. Let me know if you need more clarification on that. But I just have a very clear image of an animal being corralled. All right, Issa, let's see what you need to know while you're bar hopping. First, you need to tell me, I need to know what bar you're in. All right, now I'm only showing 15 viewers. Oh, we had more viewers for the Raven. I guess it's getting late, though. It's getting late. Or maybe they're signing up, too. Bar hopping on a Wednesday night?
Tuesday.
Tuesday night. Issa, you out here.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty bold. What's their zodiac?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, Issa, what's your zodiac makeup? Zodiacal makeup. All right, let's see what the cards have for Issa. Oh, man. I hate giving the bad news. I love giving the good news, though. This is kind of hard to beat. We're talking about going from... the Chariot, which is a stable position, a strong position, a position where we're starting to integrate in 2 dimensions. So you're saying you manifested your girlfriend. So where are your millions? What you're about to go through, because this is where you're coming from, where you're going to, how you get there. What you're about to go, where you're headed to, is satisfaction. This is the Happy Merchant, is one of the names for this card. And how you're going to get there is doing, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say manifesting, but that's not the right word. Like representing, like just shining. Like, this is an M word I'm looking for, and for some reason it's on the tip of my tongue. But there's a going out without hesitation and doing your thing without doubt, without I guess, fear. Without fear. Go do it, right? And with all your energy, with all your heart, right? The sun is ruled by Leo. Leo rules the heart as well, right? With all your heart, vulnerably, the naked baby, right? With all your passion, the red banner, the white horse, driving, right? The purity of your intention, driving you, even though you're vulnerable in this. Don't hold any part of yourself back for fear of it being judged, hurt, or otherwise lessened. That's what the message is on this, because that's what's going to bring you to this. If you, once you do that, you're going to see this satisfaction. Again, we see that white and red, right? Robed in the purity now, the head inflamed with the passion, and blessings lining up. That's what's up. Yo, listen to me about this lit reggae spot. It's healing time. See, if y'all remember, some of y'all were at my Halloween party. I believe in spooky reggae. I believe in spooky reggae Halloween party. Matter of fact, we might have a little intermission here because I should still have that recording and I own the blood cloud rights to that. All right, Issa, message received. Thank you. Excellent. Let me keep working on this queue here. Shira, you're up. If you ain't here, Malak, you're up. So just check in if you hear your name called, please. I'm going to peep the list, make sure people are getting on the list as needed. Oh, yeah, I see Renee on the list. I see Corey on the list. I see Karen on the list. I see Tony on the list. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Now we got a party going. So, Issa, sounds like message received. Shira, you're up. Malak, you're up. After that, Richard, you're up. Moni, you're up. If you hear your name called, just respond in the chat. Let me know you're here. You're tuned in. You're not one of the people who left when I was threatening to read The Raven, which, by the way, you missed. It was awesome. It was great. Shira, you're up, my dear. What are we reading on? Sorry, when I ask you to check in, don't just check in. Check in and tell me what we're reading on. That's what we got to do. Yo, I got to say, it's dope on YouTube. There's live captions. I never had that when I did a Tarothon before.
What do you mean live caption?
Like, if you're watching this joint on YouTube, it's closed captioning us. Like, it's put in...
Oh, yeah. That's what I have it on right now. So I'm watching on my big TV. You guys make sure you check out the bids as well, and not just the courses that we have.
Yeah, I might have to do a screen share and show people that. Also, I totally forgot that you can just watch YouTube on TV right now. I might put this on in the other room. That'll probably be dope as shit. It'll be like a studio party. I could have people over. I mean, my kids are sleeping upstairs, so maybe not. Maybe on Halloween, though. Maybe I'll put the kids... No. All right. Shira wants to know, what should you do about finding a new job? Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you, because we've read on your past job stuff, the experiences you've had, and I'm gonna tell you not to allow those to be your yardstick of experience. Interesting to see the sun coming up again here. Issa, I got you. Thank you for tuning in. Please stay tuned in. We got to keep those views up. We got to keep those likes up, or YouTube's going to bury this stream. All right, look. These personal dynamics things, Shira, you're going to have to find a mentor to coach you on this, because you got to become stronger at it. I'm going to be real with you. Let me pull this spread back out so you can see the cards. Isn't the tarot cam cool? You have readings with me all the time, and this is a cool way to do it, right? This is where you're coming from, the Emperor. This is where you're going to right now. Fucking betrayal. We have the Hierophant's kind of the priest, but it's also the mentor, is the word I'm looking for. We have the mentor here as well. So what's the deal? What's the situation? Why are you the Emperor right now? Let's take a look at a deeper level, right? Right now, you're feeling good. You're feeling safe to be vulnerable, right? The naked baby. What does this mentor do? Again, the cups have to do with emotions, intuition, emotions permanently in this case. And what does the king do? The king has mastery, command over that. Poise. The king is reserved. The king is not reactive. If the King of Cups wants to react to a situation, the King of Cups keeps their mouth shut, sits down, and waits till they don't want to react anymore. And then thinks about how they want to act to achieve the outcome they want. What's up with this betrayal situation? Five of Wands, just poor coordination, right? Like, this is going to come up again and again in your career path. And you can't let it get in your way, because you can overcome it, and there's no reason to be afraid. I'm going to make a book recommendation now. It's something I usually do on Tarot. This is the longest I think I've gone on Tarothon without making a book recommendation. I'm going to make a book recommendation right now. I'm going to tell you straight up. This book recommendation is not a general book recommendation for everybody. This is a book recommendation for Shira specifically. I know her specifically, and I know her situation specifically. And I think a lot of people would not be served by this book. But Shira, I want you to pick up the book, The 48 Laws of Power.
I knew you were going to say that.
Right? I knew you know me well enough. And I want you to apply it as a handbook for 1 year. You don't have to do it again. You don't have to live by it as your code. I want you to do it as an experiment for 1 year. That's all I want. And I don't know what I can reward you with except the life that you want when you do that. And I think that's gonna, because there's so much potential here, and it's only fear. It's which is fear comes when we don't know how to handle a situation. We're not afraid of situations that we know how to handle. That's the difference between like a firefighter walking into a burning building, running into a burning building, and us in a burning building. We're terrified because we have no fucking idea what to do. Firefighter knows what to do. That's the difference between our clients that are having some disturbing spiritual phenomenon and us. Like, we're calm as shit, and they're like, how are you so calm? Because we know what to do. This isn't scary to us. That's the difference between a snake handler or a snake charmer and us with a venomous snake. It's just a matter of knowing what to do and being comfortable doing it, right? And so if you're meeting a situation with fear, which is the situation you're finding, and that you're carrying that with you, and that's going to sit in your chest, right? That's going to inhibit that sun shining, right? It's going to inhibit that ability to be vulnerable, because the ability to be vulnerable comes from self-confidence. It comes from trust, but it comes from self-confidence. It comes from self-esteem. It comes from self-worth. For all of us. That's not just a Shira specific thing, right? That's the ability to be vulnerable, the ability to give compliments, the ability to share the spotlight, the ability to take criticism. All those things require that. But Shira, I want you to do the 48 Laws of Power for 1 year. Nobody else do that unless I specifically tell you to, please, because I don't want to make more assholes in the world. All right. Let's keep processing this list. Malak, you're up.
Who is Malak?
Malak Ben Navi in the chat. Bar Navi.
Ah, that's my son.
I figured. You have a distinct Hebrew, transliteration.
This is my oldest godson, actually.
Excellent. So we got Malak, then we got Richard and Moni, and I saw Moni and Richard are checking in. We're going to do generals for all around. Jessica is singing your praises in the chat, Doc. I think I'm on a delay on the chat, too. I got to go back over to that other window.
Jessica?
Yes. Jessica Hamptel. I can't quite say it. I think it's Jessica Hamptel. Jessica Hamptel.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right, Malak's dropping the question. That's Simon Days here. My wife and I have been separated for a couple years now. My feelings are still there, but I've semi-moved on. But should I pursue, work it out, or give it up? Ooh. Asking the heavy question. I'm taking some water before this. All right. All right, while I'm shuffling these cards, I'm going to shuffle them up pretty good. I'm not going to call too many people out on this. But Mr. Richard, you've been asking me for close upwards to a year for these private stock formulas, buddy. There are 3 bottles of each. Some of them there's 1 bottle of. The harm might be all gone now. And some of y'all have said, Moses, how come you never put out cursing stuff? You always put out the same stuff. I need to hex someone. I put out more than 20 unreleased formulas. Well, let me break down how this works. Every day, 8 a.m., 8 p.m., Mountain Time, 3 formulas drop. Among these formulas that are dropping between now and Halloween are 20 plus unreleased formulas. Now, that doesn't mean untested. This is what I use for my work. Really the only thing I use for my work. That's what these are. Now, I'm going to tell y'all, because you're here with us, your family at this point, look at every single formula and scroll to the bottom of that description, because there are some tricks and treats hidden in there, and you're going to want some of them. That's the facts I got for you right now. Okay. So let's see what's going on with this marriage. Yeah, we can definitely give some work if we gotta give some work. Actually, no matter what outcome is suggested here. What should happen from this marriage? You know, I'm always one to support a marriage making it work. But sometimes, especially in the present world, that just ain't how it is. We don't have matchmakers making the relationships anymore, so there's a little more trial and error. Harm is all sold out, Tony? Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. All right, my friend Malak, here's the news. And it's not bad news, and it is the word. You have been trying to work it out. Internally, you've been putting in your work. But the effort of that work that you've been doing has been external. The focus of that work has been external. So I said internally you've been putting in the work, meaning I should say personally you've been putting in the work, but it's been external. Where you're headed is actually bachelorhood, and a damn successful bachelorhood. The Knight of Wands. This ain't no Page of Wands. This is someone who's played the game, knows how to play the game, and is very good at it. Triumphant, one might even say. We have the flame burning from his head and from his elbows. Look at that horse. How you're going to get there? How you're going to get there is shifting the work you're doing. You've already been doing work. You've been focusing on all the material, all the right things in terms of the material. But you need to put that same work in on the spiritual, on the emotional level. Okay. There is a message here. And actually, I'm looking at this being the only major arcana out here. This is the great work. And I'm speaking to you in these terms because I know that you're Doc's godson. This is the great work. This is the part of our spiritual practice where it changes us, not changing the world, not changing the exterior world. This is where we submit to the change that God has for us. And it's a back and forth. It is a working out, it is a refining. It is a blending of two things and a measuring of two things. And which two things? All two things, right? All the dualities in ourself. I got a book to recommend for you as well. This is a book called The Alchemy of Opposites. Let me pull this up. See how to spell this gentleman's name real quick. The Alchemy of Opposites. There it is. By Rodolfo Scarfalato. Rodolfo Scarfalato. I'll go ahead and drop the Amazon link in here if you want. Oh, $200 for the paperback? I have a fucking signed copy of it. Well, I have a copy available. Let me see if it's on Abe Books or something. That's crazy. Here it is for $28. That's much better. There you go. $200 fucking dollars for a paperback. Let me drop this link for you. So listen, man, if temperance follows you, this is the work to be done. This is the work to be done. Okay. All right, I got you, Doc. So check this out. Remember I was talking about Jessica before?
Yeah.
Jessica's really named Karen. Karen Polito.
Yeah.
You've got that figured out. All right, so Karen, do you know how to sign up for a reading? Because it's just go to hoodoomoses.com and then over towards the right under the schedule, there's a link to sign up. And that's where you got to do it.
And while y'all over there, y'all make sure y'all pick up his books.
Listen, now is a great time to shop because right off the bat you're going to get 20% off any standard stock product. But if you dig through those product descriptions, there's a 50% off coupon code that has at least one use left, probably two. There's a free shipping code. There's a 20% off code. And if you're not using those discounts, just look, dude. Just look through the descriptions. Just scroll. You got nothing better to do. Go ahead and do it. And please, 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 please tell everybody that you know that's interested in being interested in this stuff to pick up one of those webinar bundles and help us. Listen, I need to do this. Let me explain to you how Real Conjure works. Let me tell you all a little story, actually. Y'all want to hear a little Conjure story? Or do we just want to
Please,
process these readings?
this
Or do
is the
we
reason
know?
why I'm here. I gotta hear a Conjure story.
Well, I know that's why you're here. And I know that's why Corey's here. And I know that's why Richard's here. Well, I think Richard and Moni are up next, right? And then Steve, and then Renee, and then Corey. I know all those people. And Karen, I do see you're on the list here. I know all those people want to hear Conjure story. So with y'all's permission, I'd like to tell Conjure story. First of all, I got to take a step back and finish the statement I was making before. But the thing with Conjure is you make a deal and you keep your deal. And if you can handle that, life's going to go great for you. But if you can't handle that, either part of that, and when I say life's going to go great, I mean with Conjure. If you can't handle either part of that, it's not going to work so good for you. So, I could tell a story about the retreat. All right, Doc. Should I tell a story about the court case working the other night, or should I tell a story about the retreat?
Tell a story about the court case work the other night.
Tell a story about the court case work the other night.
Let the people who went to the retreat tell a story about the retreat when we get there.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I'll give a little bit of background here. Also, I found the opportunity to frame out my tarot area, and I'm going to leave this on my desk since I've already taped the camera to my monitor, so I might as well just leave that there. So we're just going to do this. And this is just making my Virgo OCD feel good. All right, story about the retreat. Story about the court case work. So, I'll tell you all a little bit about court case work. How court case work, how I work it to a large degree, is you want to match the nature of the court. Right? And courts are what? Courts are slow, they're deliberate, they're patient, they're calm, and you got to do all that in the root work. But, and I should say, as a result of that, court case work is usually 9 nights of work. It's work that builds on itself, the way a case builds, all these things. But this was an emergency situation. A young man had violated probation, pissed dirty on his test, was headed to a year in jail if they revoked his probation. And I had 1 day to work on it. So we were not matching the tempo of the court. That's clearly not what we were doing. We were going to need to overcome the court all at once at the last final moment. And for that type of situation, when we have a massive amount of resistance and we need to overcome it all at once, we just need it to crumble before us. We can think of the prophet Joshua at the walls of Jericho. When they reached the walls of the city of Jericho, the ancient city, it turns out it's the oldest city in the world, I recently read. This ancient city of Jericho they reached. And they closed the gates and shut the doors, and no one went in or out. And the men didn't think they could take it. And Joshua asked the Lord, and the Lord said to walk around it 6 times. Or for 6 days, walk around it once, basically. And on the 7th day, walk around it 7 times and blow the shofars, the ram's horn trumpet, and all the men yell, and that the walls would crumble. And so that's the approach that I'm going to take when I'm at this, at the point where I need to break all the resistance all at once. Also, I got to say, and let me be real straight with really everyone here. This is a long-term client of mine. And I said to her straight up, and someone a lot of you guys know, I just don't want to put people's business out there. I said to her straight up, you shouldn't hire me for this. You got a 5% chance of this working, of me pulling this Hail Mary in 1 night. And she said, I'm good with that. And then I said a couple things, and if those happened, maybe it'll be closer to 10%. She did them, or really he did them, and it happened. So we're like, all right, there's a 10% chance. I'll take the case. Got some more good indications, and I was like, all right. When I went to the Walmart to buy the stuff for the work, Doc and I always say, our joke is, where does every conjuration start? It starts at Walmart. That's where you buy the aluminum pan you're going to need for that night, and the random candle or whatever. The olive oil, the last minute stuff. So I was at Walmart. You know when you go to Walmart if that working is going to hit. Let me tell you that. Doc, I want to hear your response. Unmute so I can just hear your vocal response on that.
That's right.
That's my conjure aphorism of the day. You know if the work's going to hit when you go to Walmart. You just feel it in your bones. I felt good at Walmart, man. I was like, all right, I'll call it 20%. I'm not telling the client nothing. So we got there, and first thing I did, I was talking to Doc when I walked there. I walked over to the courthouse right at midnight, and then I hopped off the phone with Doc, and I had my headphones on, but I had them flipped down like this, so they're kind of like little speakers, and I put on Joshua 6, which is the chapter of Joshua where they go around Jericho and do everything I just described. Put that on repeat, and I walked around my courthouse. Now I want you to hear this. This case is not in my courthouse, but it was the spirit of the courthouse that I had to break. And more than that, it was a spirit I needed to raise in myself to do the work. So I walked around the court. It was midnight. I walked around the courthouse 6 times and then 7 times. Now, I know that's 13 times, and it is 13 times. And I don't have any superstition about calling it 13 times. But it was 1 time for 6 days, and then 7 times on the 7th day. So that's 6 times and 7 times. That is 13, but it's 6 and 7, and that's important. Not important to the story, just important for conjure. So I walked around it 6 and 7 times. And first of all, I want you to understand that I am not good at estimating distance. And it was somewhere around time number 5 that I was like, man, I'm sweating pretty hard. This is kind of far. And I was going fast. And the thing about it, too, is when you're doing it is like, if you're just going for a walk around the courthouse, it's not going to work. If that courthouse, though, becomes Jericho, the fortified city, you can look at it and see the walls, the gates. And if it's just you walking around Jericho, ain't shit. But if you can be one of those mighty men of war who was marching before the priests, silently as Joshua ordered them, marching, not just walking, not dragging your feet because it's midnight and you're tired and turns out you're actually walking 5 fucking miles, which is how long that ended up being, 12,000 steps. Not like that, but marching around this giant city with your breastplate and your sword, with complete faith in the prophet, feeling the power radiating from the Ark of the Covenant 100 feet behind you, 200 feet behind you, and the solemnity of the priests carrying it. You got to be that. And then you got to be those priests. And then you got to be that Ark of the Covenant. You have to feel that, just the sheer awe of that. And you do that, you're going to break that wall down. So I wish I should have brought a cigar. That would have been the right play. But I had a pack of cloves, and I basically just had to fucking chain smoke cloves to keep the flame alive. Now, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, one thing we do in the work is when we start it, we often will light a cigar, light a cigarette, light whatever, and use that flame for everything. So if we have to light a candle, we'll light the match from that and use that to light the candle. And then we'll use that candle to light everything else, etc. So I'm chain smoking these cloves, walking around this thing. Mind you, you don't say a word because Joshua instructed them not to say a word. You don't slow down because you're marching like a person of war. At one point, I dropped the pack of cloves, and I did not turn around to pick it up. First of all, because I knew I was coming back around there in whatever it was, a quarter mile or whatever, when I did the loop again, and I'd pick it up. But you don't turn down, you don't stop, because you're doing these continuous loops, right? And so, chain smoking the whole time, finally smoked one on the way back home, and when I got home, lit a match, then I lit a 7-day candle off that match, and then I was able to use that flame for the whole work. Now, the funny part of this story was that I ended up walking 5 fucking miles at midnight before I even sat down to start the work. Because when you give your word, when you're connecting with your part of the bargain, you can't fake the funk. Because the rest of it would have been pointless if I didn't do that. I needed to be there if I was going to have the breakthrough on the work. Once you do that, the rest of it's just going to happen. And sure enough, that boy went to court. The judge asked him if he wanted to restart drug court. He said, yeah. They just ordered him to some treatment, which is what he wanted anyway. I'm going to post the whole thing probably tomorrow-ish, but I got permission from the client now. But yeah, like, all good. The homie's not in jail for sure. And the PO definitely wanted him there. Def made it very clear that he wanted him there. So that's my little work story. There wasn't really a punchline. It wasn't a joke. But just some insight. What you think of that, Doc?
I think every conjuration begins at Walmart.
Okay, I guess I did have a little punchline to it. Yeah.
The work was solid. The work was good.
Oh, and I didn't even tell you, like, the work was good. I'm gonna post all the work tomorrow and all that. The work was great. I think I might, for the Patreon, do a little video walking people through the work, because I just have photos. I didn't take video of it, but now that it's hit, I'm very hesitant to share any work. I'll actually say probably more than 80% of work. So this is not more than 80% of the work that I've shown hasn't hit, but more than 80% of the work that I've done that hasn't hit was work that I showed before I knew the outcome. I'd say at this point, I used to say it was 20% of my work didn't hit. At this point, I have to up the statistics. It's closer to like 10% of my work is not going to hit for one reason or another. And 80% of that, 8 out of those, 10 out of 100 is work that I posted before I had the conclusion. And that's why I did, although I, like to work court cases slow, all that, it was real dope to do the work, go to sleep, and then find out that it hit. I had a text message when I woke up. I like that. All right. Thank you for your patience, y'all. While I gibber and jabber. I'm considering a little break. What time we got here, Doc?
A break would be awesome.
A break would be good, right?
1:15 over here on the East Coast. We've got
We've
20
been going
people
2
watching.
hours and 15 minutes. What should I put on in the background during the break?
That's spooky reggae.
Oh, true facts. All right. Y'all think
But make it good so you don't get flagged.
Yeah. Honestly, they're probably not going to tear down the live. They don't tear down the live. They tear down the recording.
Monetization.
Of the live. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Speaking of monetization, while we're taking a break, this is the perfect time to go check out hoodoomoses.com.
Oh, that's that's the facts. I could put on a class. Should I put on a class?
Yeah, put on the class so you guys can go be incentivized to check out the...
No, I kind of don't want to let them. Like, guys, just go. Just go do it. Just do it. I'm sitting here all night doing this. You can do that. I don't want to say it's the least you could do, because you could do less. I don't want. I certainly don't want to convince you to do that.
We would appreciate it.
Listen,
these communities would appreciate it.
It's not even for us. Like, it's not our community. We don't live there. I've never been to Asheville in my life, and I will not go to Florida. I hate that place. But I don't hate the people there. All right. Dude, it might be on a lost hard drive. It might be lost.
What class are you thinking about?
Oh, I'm not looking for the class. I'm still looking for the spooky reggae. I mean, I know the DJ has it. It's not like lost. I know the DJ has it recorded, but I don't know if I got it recorded. Let me see. Because it was Trickster's. It was Trickster Streets, right? That's what it was called, right? That event
Some
back
of that
then.
October.
Yeah, that was like the second Trickster Streets, I thought.
Or the first.
I think
Yeah.
it's on a hard drive I don't have. I think it's on a hard drive. I'm gonna check one thing. Homie might have emailed it to me back then. Man, imagine the old days when everything was like analog and you're like, oh, I want to look for this recording of this party I had 5 years ago. That ain't happening.
Noni, Corey, and Tony.
Okay. I like
Sound
that.
like a band.
Yeah, it does sound like that. What am I looking for here? I am looking for... See if I can find help me. I don't know what email address I did it from. It's so many years ago. Oh, this is going to take forever. All right, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. All right, what can I put on? Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got in the old hard drive for these people. Should I just drop them in like a good part of Hoodoo Academy?
Whew.
Yeah? Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, I'll just go on the Hoodoo Moses Videos for Charity bundle. Fundamentals, conjuration, curious charms.
Oh, and I forgot. You put Hoodoo Academy in there, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that alone is so worth it.
Wow, I forgot.
Here's one of my favorite things we ever did. Unfortunately, I don't have audio on it, but this is one of my favorite things that we ever did, Doc.
What's that?
You're gonna see. You're gonna see. I'm gonna pop this over
Hello,
here.
everyone, and welcome.
Can you all hear that? Or could you all hear that? Right there?
To the official
Can you hear that, Doc?
I don't agree with that.
You don't hear this when I play this?
start of our fourth class of
Oh,
this
I hear
series.
you.
This is a bit of a weird class, as I was.
You didn't hear none of that?
Nope.
Oh, you know why? Because I haven't added it to here yet. Hold on. That will make a ton of sense to me. Give me a sec. I'm literally just playing it on my end. Here we go, y'all. This is Class 4 of Curios Charms and Amulets. So this was the first time we ever successfully did this, and it was only moderately successful because you will lose the sound on me about halfway into this thing, or maybe even sooner. Not that video. That. Alright. Crop this guy down. Get it properly positioned. There we go. Yeah, guys, this is me and Cosmic side by side making mojo bags. This is really the best ad. Oh, are you making $1 or mojo on this? I don't even remember. I'm gonna full screen it for us, for y'all. Actually, I'm gonna go take a little walk around the block, freeze my ass off. It was 70 degrees yesterday. It's like 30 degrees right now. All right, let's confirm you all have sound.
Especially for those of you who are tuned in to watch it live, because it's not much of a class from our perspective. Cosmic and I usually focus a great deal on the student's experience, making sure that we're communicating and covering and explaining.
Can you all hear that? I see Tony said that they heard it when I was playing it before. But Doc, did you hear that just now? Doc might already be on break. I don't blame him. Could y'all hear that? Let me hop over the chat and see if y'all can hear it. Oh, actually, I'll be able to see if the captions pop up. That'd be dope. Yeah, that's the captions from the video. Sick. All right, I'm about to play it. I'm out of here. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, y'all. If anyone shows up, let them know what's going on. Please, 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 please support me, support the stream. Support more than either of those. The charity, bid on the auctions. Bid on the auctions. Matter of fact, all right, looks like we lost Cosmic. Matter of fact, when I get back, we're going to look at the auction so y'all can see it. I'll play this class. I've held you long enough. And this is in the bundle. This is in the bundle. This is in the bundle, all right? So go grab the bundle if you're interested in this. Okay, here we go.
And in this particular instance, we are purely going to focus on the demonstration. We've never done it quite like this before. Based on our conversations leading up to this, it seemed not only the right thing to do, but the only way to show you the work with integrity and give you the experience of being sort of an actual apprentice. It's that fly on the wall view an apprentice has. As we've discussed it before, there's so many things we're not aware that we're doing that we can't explain because we're not aware. So you guys will have the opportunity to see that. The other thing you'll have the opportunity to do is ask us questions about it. So we do greatly appreciate so many of you tuning in live because that's the chance to ask questions. Those of you who are watching this on recording, well, I would hope that you have created such a deep bond with your dear friends and colleagues here that they'll ask the questions on your behalf because there's
But not you guys, actually. When I come back from the break, if y'all got questions, we'll answer questions. Fuck yeah. That's what happens when you catch the live rerun. Okay, continuing.
There's no going back and asking the questions retroactively. You will be able to review it. You will be able to see what you see. As I was also saying, everything that you see will have some significance from not just what we choose, but which we choose and how we choose and what we do, where we place things, all those things. The significance may be mundane. It may be something very silly, but usually it's very important, especially as the ritual gets going. And we will not be taking the time to explain those to you, but we will encourage you to note them. You can keep a notepad with you. You can open a computer notepad or a little file if you're viewing on your mobile and just make little notes. And afterwards, we're open books, right? I guess the gap we're trying to bridge here is on the one hand, the things that we're not going to remember or not even be aware of in some cases, and the things that go unsaid and are nonetheless important. So we really want to present all that. I will also say once we begin working, we're just going to work. So we're going to take this opportunity right now, about 15 or 20 minutes here, to cover what we're doing here, what kind of workings we're doing, what ingredients we've chosen, show you those and let you ask any questions about those before we move into the work in earnest, and you guys will have that fly on the wall view. Does that sound good to everybody? Let us know in chat, or if it sounds problematic, go ahead and unmute and I guess complain aloud. I see no one unmuting, so that's good. I like doing it that way. You have to be brave at least to complain. But let us know in chat that makes sense, works out well for you. All good, says Richard. I trust everyone else will follow suit. Phyllis says sounds good. Great, excellent. So if anyone has any questions about format or anything, any of what I've already covered, let's cover that now. Miss Graves, welcome. I'm sorry I didn't welcome you when you came in. I know you're just trying to sit in back quietly, but I would be remiss. Doc, do you want to go over what you're doing? You want me to go first?
I can go over what I got going on here.
Sure. You got a big old jar up in the camera here, so maybe start with that.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I remove these things in an area where I can reach them, but still see them.
Yes.
And you'll find as you guys get into ritual, you'll find that little tip makes a lot of difference where you can reach it, but still see it because you'll be in the spirit.
Can I ask you to just tilt the camera a little so we can see your plate as well?
Oh, okay. Let's see.
There we go. Beautiful. All right. Now, or maybe even slide the plate. Switch your little. Was that tub?
Let me try. Let me try it this way. Is that better?
That's good. That's good. He's got two pairs of scissors. And now I have questions. Well, why don't you go over your ingredients, what you're going to be working on here, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So we've got this is a clipping from a goat horn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For an entirely different reason. But I saw that and switched out something. The spirit just kind of moved to switch out something with this goat horn. But basically, this is going to be like a follow me boy, catch a man, um type of hand.
All right.
Okay.
So now, why you chose goat horn
Yes,
as your animal on this one?
yes. And I also have a cowrie shell.
So you're kind of working with those almost like an Adam and Eve route.
They're almost like Adam. Yep, you got it.
I love it, Doc. Beautiful. I thought that's what I thought that was because from the camera from here, I was like, so kind of a big Adam root, Okay, so you got a goat horn and a cowrie shell as your Adam and Eve.
Yep. I've got some what they call Dixie John roots here as well, which you probably can't see on camera.
Can you hold one up?
Huh?
Can you hold one up
yeah,
to the
yeah.
camera? See if we can get it.
Let's see that one.
All right.
Okay. You see little hairs on it and so forth.
You want to tell us anything about Dixie John?
So Dixie John is also in the John family. Dixie John is actually quite versatile because on some sides of the coin, people call it Beth root. On the other side of the coin, people call it a Dixie John root. So it has a versatility in that regard. Here is going to be working with bringing us that man right off the street, right? Dixie John is also good to do a little love work as well, right? Good for hookup, pickups, that kind of thing. Okay, what else I got here? Patchouli. I got lovage root, damiana, lavender, cinnamon, roses, and what was in here? Balm of Gilead. This was a powder I had already mixed up actually, and I had some leftovers of. So
this is a you can call it a love hand, and for our students, for our audience, I want to highlight the nuance here. It's a love hand, but it's got a particular bent to it, right? This is not to shack up in a relationship, but it's also not for a meaningless hookup.
Right.
It's for, the term would be a lover, right? Like not any sort of committed relationship.
Right.
There are strong idealized feelings and there's a sweetness to it, but it's not about committing to living together or sharing lives. It's about hot and heavy romance, you might say.
Yes.
Yeah. And so students, I want to use this opportunity to ensure you can infer that just as I could, and perhaps you can. But as I said, everything has a why, and it's all those whys that led me to be able to infer that.
This is going to have to draw a kind of man that's going to be easily to control, a docile man, one that she can exert her influence and power over, and also someone who's also going to be quite loyal as well. So we'll see that in here as well. One particular point I do want to bring out that Spirit showed me was the passion flower. I didn't even know I had passion flower in the cabinet, so I started looking. And we have passion flower in here. So these will be what I'll be working with.
Can I ask, or can I point out, not even ask, I want to point out, there's a lot of emphasis very often on a recipe for this type of mojo hand or that type of mojo hand recipe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a recipe. Do you have a recipe, Doc? Are you working from a recipe here? Is this written down anywhere that you've done for yourself? No. Same here. And nonetheless, I'm very excited looking at my table. I want to point that out, not just that it's the spirit of improvisation, this mercurial thing, but moreover that, as Doc said, the Spirit showed it to him. The same with this hand I put together here. I didn't know this morning exactly what I was going to do, and then it just came to me, and that's very important to do something in the moment. Another thing that we got to cover now, and then I'll cover my ingredients, and we can do a round of questions. Another thing that's very important to note is that under normal circumstances, we would never, ever, ever let you see a mojo hand, let alone make it in front. These hands are effectively useless. I intend to salvage these ingredients because there's some rare and special ones. In order to do that, we will have to necessarily restrain from some final steps of this. That is, it would be the height of folly for us to do the final steps of sort of imparting the breath of life and charging the mojos and then just to turn around and kill them. It's a lot of wasted energy. At my age, I can't afford that. I understand that's, exactly what everyone wants to see in some instances. We can describe that afterwards if people want to ask about that. I hope you guys can respect why it just doesn't make sense for us to do that and then literally turn around and cut these things open and burn at least the skins, if not, everything in them. So with that said, and with your toleration, I hope you'll accept that. So Meredith asks, isn't a recipe a super early modern European magical conceit? I almost wonder if that came with a market for such recipes, right? Like I feel, because when you look at even the earliest of stuff, you get the impression that whoever's writing it wasn't working from a recipe. Like it's not a recipe that was handed down. Like someone kept note of their experiments and then shared it. But the idea that one can't vary from that seems to have come along with this sense of, we don't know why we're doing this. We're doing it because it works. And that's just not what we don't teach that. We don't teach that. Well, let me go over what I have here for you guys, and we'll discuss a little, we'll answer any questions on any of this stuff, ingredients, procedure, any of that stuff. So I'm going to be working on something, a little servitor that can do things in the material world. It's a bit more of an advanced concept, but I'll kind of show you what I'm working with on this as I do it. Some of you may have seen the diagram I posted on Instagram this morning. So I'm going to trace my hand to start with, and we'll mark out the planetary significance of the fingers, and we'll give each of those energies something to work with. So, and in total, in order to give this thing sort of the capability of a hand, hence my hand in the picture here, we're using all hand stuff. So we've got the 5-finger grass. It's called cinquefoil grass. 5-finger grass is good for anything 5 fingers can do. We've got a Hyjon root here, but you'll note I picked the Hyjon root with a thumb, right? One that can go out and grab. We've got a gator paw. I was looking at all my gator paws, and I have quite a few, and then I found this one, warding the evil eye, and I thought, yeah, that's a good use for this guy. We've got a finger bone and a devil's shoestring, and those will get worked together. You'll see. We've got a calamus root, also with a thumb here. Of course, we got a lucky hand root. I selected one with.
So I'm back, y'all. Y'all let me know if you want me to keep rocking the video or you want to get back to readings. Let me know in the chat.
Leap year Mercury dime to give it a little more juice. We will be using things as we do the work, colognes and rums and things of this nature. Incenses, etc. And I will tell you now that I will be using myrrh and dragon's blood primarily as my incenses. I can't tell you now what I'm going to use when I get in there, but that's certainly I'll be able to tell you afterwards. That's certainly something I'll be able to tell you afterwards. Any questions so far? I'm going to be a little disappointed, honestly, if there's 0 questions about any of the ingredients, anything you've seen so far. I know the question I would be asking, and it was one of the first conversations we had, Doc, because I said, this is the question I've always wondered. And I'll give you guys this question. You don't have to. But I said, I know we both always use red, almost always use red, but why? Neither of you guys asked why we're both using red skins, or why I call it a skin, not a cloth, or anything of that nature. None of you.
Okay, it sounds like there's a unanimous vote to come back. So let's come on back. Give me a sec here, gang. I gotta pull this off the screen. There's the Trickster Streets. Oh, that's that video player. Boom. My camera's pointing at the ceiling. My duct tape. There we go. Hey, everybody. I'm back. All right. Let me move the text here. I don't know. Dr. Cosmic left the Zoom call, so I don't know if Dr. Cosmic's still watching. Doc, if you're still watching, call me back up on Zoom and I'll bring you back in. For now, I'll hang here solo. All right. So, Moni, you're up next. Or Richard, you're up next. But you want Moni to go first? Is that what we're doing? Just clarify for me. And I'll get the cards ready. I have a whole side conversation I had with Doc about spirits moving between your bones, and it's a concept I've now got a lot of ideas about. Bring up the YouTube chat again, so I'm a little more live. There's a little lag on my end. Cool. We're back. Welcome to any newcomers who've joined us while I was out. Richard, you said Moni first? Sorry, confirm for me. And Moni, confirm for me it's a general, right? General reading. Let me just adjust my tarot cam slightly because I'm anal Virgo. It's really the real reason. Oh boy. It's going to bother the shit out of me. But it's going to be what it is. General reading for Moni. Excellent. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for clarifying there. This is the least I could do for the incredible... I don't know if yo-woman's work, like yeoman's work. Yo-woman's work is a phrase. But if it is, Moni has been doing yo-woman's work in catching up on all the correspondence, clearing out all the DMs. Actually being able to get responses to all your guys' DMs in prompt order feels like miraculous to me. All right, here we go. All right, here come the cards. Coming from, absolutely true. Going to, that's great. Let's see how we're getting there. All right. Well, I love giving a good reading, as I said. Mary Neal, how you get on the list? Go to that link above my head, hoodooMoses.com. You'll see on the right, there's an area to sign up. And I'm going to take it kind of into nighttime mode now, guys. I'm going to whisper a little more. Feeling a little more sedate. Maybe if Cosmic comes back, I'll wake up. Moni, where are you coming from? Well, I know this personally, so it's not as perhaps shocking that I'm nailing it, but the cards are pretty literal here. Where are you coming from? Celebration of a marriage, right? Exploring this new partnership. It's wands, so it's talking about the active, not the emotional part of it, but the doing of it, right? That's all what's coming together. This building of the household, this building of a union, the victory to it, the joy of it. We have the wedding canopy here. We have the estate in the background. Right? So that's where we're coming from. Where are we going to? Victory, recognition, being celebrated. Leadership, not the deed of leadership, but the function of leadership. One might say the role of leadership. And how do we get there? By taking advantage of the right timing, by seeing that opportunity that you've been waiting for, probably already waiting for. Seeing it coming in, watching it coming in, planning to meet it in the right way. I'll tell you the story of this card. There are two stories of this card that I really like. One is that this is a merchant, and that he's looking at all these ships coming in and kind of planning the teams to meet them to pick things up and what's going to market and knowing what goods are coming and going. The other that I also like is this is a fugitive. And he's looking at all these ships coming in, looking for his chance to get out. What those two have in common is that sort of opportunistic timing thing, where it's about waiting for the right time. Now, all the cards that have come out in your spread here are wands, right? These sticks. And the wands always indicate action, deeds. So this has to do with what you're doing, not just like the actions you take, but how you're fulfilling your purpose in the world, professionally, personally, the sum total of your actions in the world. And in this case, not all the wands are good. In this case, you've done very well, right? Because as we know, you're coming from this great Four of Wands situation. You are headed towards this. This is recognition. Look, this is sitting above the peers who are walking alongside you. Now, if we were looking at the Six of Wands, we're looking at the Five of Wands, we're seeing a lot more conflict, right? If we're looking at the Ten of Wands, we're looking at a lot more burden. But we're at the Six of Wands here. Excuse me, if we're looking at the Five of Wands, we're looking at the even the Seven of Wands, there's a lot more conflict. But the Six of Wands here shows clear victory, right? There's a balance in the number 6. And this is kind of like a two-dimensional balance. Think of a spinning top. You know how it stands upright, right? This is, it's the right amount of action. It's work-life balance. It's deliberate action, right? That's the leadership, right? Because the leader takes some, not just initiative. The leader doesn't just act brashly, right? But the leader takes deliberate action. The leader has some strategy. And this is essentially a card of an earlier stage of strategy, right? This is there is a plan, and we're waiting to hatch it. That's how we're getting to this state of the plan hatched and the what's the phrase? The longer that you can delay the payoff, the better the reward, right? Delayed gratification, they call it, right? So you have this project you're working on, and you got to delay that gratification. But it's coming. It's on its way. This is what we're about to be passing through to this. Does that make sense? I'm going to check in on the chat here. Mary Neal, just go to hoodoomoses.com. Because Richard can't do it. He doesn't have that capability. I'm gonna save him the need to explain that. Because he's going to go try to fill out the form, but he's not going to have your contact info. You got to go to hoodoomoses.com. Oh, he said it right there. So go to hoodoomoses.com. And then I'll pull it up on screen. Actually, I already said I was going to show you guys how to do the auction. So I'm going to do it right now. And then I'll show you how to sign up too. We're going to do all this right now. Bear with me. Just one moment, please. All right, let me bring that up here for us. See, I need the music in the background, but YouTube's such a jerk about it. It's not even really an option. Okay, here we are. Can everyone see this? I trust you can. So first of all, Mary, to sign up for your reading. Right here. See sign up for your reading here? I'm going to highlight it. Right here. So you just click that. And then just fill out this form. Okay? And you can just close it, and then you'll be back here. And you can watch right here, right? You can watch us live. I'm not going to put it on because it's going to do it weird. Okay, guys. So this is what you got to see. So these private stock formulas, you gotta be. Let's see if something's hidden here. Nope. You gotta just look through. Nope. Nope, no freebies. See, I don't even know where they are. It's super random. Nothing there. I think beginnings has something. Hey, see, you found the first Trickster treat. Click here to get free shipping now through Halloween. So if you were to click that, it would unlock free shipping, and that's just from browsing around. So there's some stuff hidden in not all of these, but there's stuff hidden in these. Right? And I'm happy to tell anyone about any of these formulas too, by the way. So the charity drive, a few things. This is where you're going to get any of those bundles. 20 webinars, 50 webinars, 100 webinars. Wow. A lot of people checking this out. That's excellent. Okay. This is if you want to bid on one of the auctions. So there's no bids on this. $150 is the current bid for the rosary. These are the candles. We have 4 candles. One of these has bids on it. Looks like someone tried to do a buyout. I gotta check that out. I gotta look at the back end. Maybe a bid did come in. Maybe someone just picked it up. And then we got this. This Mojo bag. I can't believe there's no bids on it. This is a phenomenal offering. We've never offered it before. I don't think we're going to offer it again. Not until we make them for ourselves or each other. All right. Hopefully everyone kind of knows everything you need to on the site now. I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to do myself a favor and just rename this so I can see it. All right. A little tour of the site there. Pull that down so it doesn't distract me because there's stuff bouncing around. I like those animated graphics, but gosh, they get distracting. All right, let's see if our fundraising efforts have been successful in my absence here. Nope, nobody else has bought a bundle. So I'm going to guess everyone here already has the bundle, which is fine. I do see an active cart, though, so maybe someone's on their way. All right. I believe Richard. We're going back to you. Then we're at Steve, Renee, and Corey. If you heard your name called, check in the chat. Let me know what we're reading on. So I'm talking about Richard, Steve, Renee, and Corey. And I see that 5 people are on the site right now. So that's probably where probably Richard, Steve, Renee, and Corey. Maybe Karen too. So I guess I'll have to be a little patient here. Y'all, I gotta tell you what I'm excited about. I found a spot that's open till 4 a.m. That's 20 minutes from here. They got burgers, they got all kinds of stuff, but they have curry till 4 a.m. And that's where I'm gonna go when I'm done here. Someone say curry in the chat. All right. Richard, I want to read on this because I'm curious about this. Refresh us. All right, I see 15 likes, which is dope, but I see more than 15 people in here. So what's up? Come through on the likes, please. It's actually important. I don't care about it, but YouTube does. And I care about getting this out there, getting this to more people. So I guess I do care. I don't have to be too cool for school here. All right, Richard. Let's see what's going on with your son. Hold on. Richard, remind me how old your son is. Because this does make perfect sense. You can probably see it on the screen. You should be able to if I do my job right here. With the tarot cam. I don't get the drama of the reveal. I'll wait on that answer because I actually don't need that answer until I get to here. He's making a decision right now. He's making a choice. Two of Swords is the card, obviously, of the choice, right? We have the blindfolded person, two equal thoughts. Swords are always thoughts. Two equal thoughts opposed against one another. 11 years makes perfect sense. Assuming boys grow at a somewhat similar pace to girls, because I only got girls. Where he's headed to is the Hanged Man. We're going to come back to this, the more profound meaning of this. Okay? But it means delay. It means not getting where you're going. There are also good readings of it. I'll get into those as well. But so this is the court of, some people call it indecision, but it's two thoughts opposed against one another. It's also the card of initiation. This person is dressed typically as a person initiating in something. Where we're headed is, again, delay, hang-ups, as it said. Delay of what? We'll get to that in a second. How we're getting there? The Knight of Wands. Now, we talked about the Knight of Wands before. He showed up before. I believe he showed up in the case of a love reading, and he indicated a bachelor. Because this is not just an eager young man, but like what do they say? Young, dumb, and full of cum. Right? Full of piss and vinegar. That kind of young man. And so we're talking about an 11-year-old adolescent at this point, right? He is negotiating his relationship with childhood and adulthood, negotiating his relationship with boyhood and manhood. And the dynamics in his environment right now leave him with some amount of conflict over that. What that's supposed to look like, how that's supposed to be. And I think, first of all, it's important to be clear that, like, that's just growing up, right? For all of us, on some level. We all are going to have this moment. A great lot of us are going to have this moment. This moment is circumstantial in this case. I'm sure you're completely aware. Because, first of all, that he's at this age. Second of all, how important your influence is at this age. And that said, I'm sure you understand from that perspective where a boy turning into a man has some renegotiation internally to do in all of our cases regarding his relationship with his father. And how that's just, not just, how that is playing out in this particular case. Right? So what's going on, to answer the question you asked, literally. Right? That was your wording? What's going on with my son? Yeah, what's going on with my son? Is that he is trying to negotiate his own autonomy, his own adulthood. It's simultaneously the difference between adult and child and fulfilling the role of a man, which no 12-year-old is ready for, but every 12-year-old feels he needs to start becoming ready for by taking some decisive action. And really that period from 12 to 25, by and large, is us making those decisive actions. And then we have the Saturn return around 2025-ish telling us, like, nah, you were looking completely unrealistically at things. A little too much Knight of Wands going on. But that takes time. That takes time. So, as for what's going on with your son, what's going on is he's negotiating this difficult thing. What you can do about it, what you should do about it, that's a follow-up question I'd be interested in asking, if you'd be interested in me asking it. I'm not just going to ask it. Because, sure, that makes sense as what's going on. I think that's pretty straightforward. But what should be done? In the interim, I'm just going to go ahead and check ahead and make sure. I see that Mary said that she filled everything out. I'm just going to make sure that I have her on the list here. Here's the list. And Mary, I see you on the list here. Yep. It's not on screen yet, but you're under Tony. So if I scroll down, which I'll do, I guess, now, because we've got Malak and Richard and Moni. Did I scroll too far? I scrolled too far. I scrolled too far. And Richard, I'm going to check back in with you. Okay, I see you said yes, please, here. Okay, I got the list updated on screen. So what's the thing to do here, Richard? That's the question. Give me a second again here. The sun, what about the sun? Yeah. All right. How I don't know, like personal can I don't know, this feels like it's approaching personal, and this is on YouTube, and as far as I'm intending, it's going to stay on YouTube. So it doesn't have to, though. We could, but there are, whatever, 20 people watching right now. So let me know where you're at on that, Richard. I want to, and I can also just answer this question to you in a separate side chat too. That's up to you. I realize that traditionally on Tarothons, I ask this up front. And now for every reading, especially Karen, we've never, I don't think, read on one of these for you. Tony, I think we have. Mary, I'm not sure if we have. It'll say right here. Is this your first Tarothon? So Mary, it is. Karen, it is. So there we go. So I traditionally ask if you want me to just give it to you straight, or you want me to be mindful and kind of reel it in. So, fucking literal, the sun. Who's the sun? Your son. What's going on here? Passion restrained by thoughts. So this is a process of adolescence, process of maturation. Let me ask you straight up, dude. Like, who has given him the space and permission to be as angry as he is about the divorce, about you starting a new life? Who's going to give him that? If you don't give him that space, someone else is gonna. You know? Because there's something about unconditional love that goes with anger. And there's in a lot of our family systems, that message hasn't been delivered completely to us, and it's part of our ancestral healing and part of our generational work to change that with our kids. So if his mother is the only outlet for his anger about the divorce and you're not, then, and that is what he needs now, because he's a young man, and that's just what is chemically seizing his body, then you're going to be the victim of that. You're going to be the target of that. And I'm not talking about you talking to him about how angry he is at his mother about the divorce and about you starting a new life, however you want to call it, new household. I mean, you talking to him about how mad he is at you about it and showing up for that and taking everything he has to say. And not as a martyr, but as someone who respects what he's saying and cares about that. And realizing that there may be some trust that needs to be rebuilt. There may be some, because naturally in the process of moving forward, it makes perfect sense to want to, I don't want to say justify and minimize, but reduce the impact on the child, right? You don't want them to think it's a catastrophe, because that doesn't feel like how you're supposed to raise your kid. That makes total sense, right? But in processing it, we have to allow room for that to complete its course. And, you know, might it complete its course by him cursing you out or punching you in the face or something? It might. It might. But you holding the space for that, and you loving him unconditionally, and you letting him know, and not just saying it, but demonstrating it through your actions, is going to allow that to run its course. And I have to be clear, like, the running of the course is not necessarily going to be pleasant for you. It might not. I don't think it's going to be pleasant for him either. But it's a circuit of energy that needs to be completed. Otherwise, we come back to this. We come back to this. What's the word for it? Arrested development. That's the phrase, right? Him being turned upside down and held up in his path to adulthood, in his journey in life. So that's what I got. Hopefully not too, I don't know, personal. What do y'all think? I see people are dropping out. Either they're dropping out to go to the site and support the charity auction, which is great. Please do. I support you supporting it. I want to say it's midnight and the site has just reset, so now we're at $0 for the day. I technically didn't hit my goal for the day on the fundraiser, but we're going to keep going. We still got a couple hours, and then I'm going to go get curry or maybe a falafel or something. I'm sorry to just be thinking about food right now, Richard. That was a heavy reading. We all feel that was a little heavy, right? Does that make sense, Richard? I wish we could be doing this in person, because it's like we have conversations in person now, which I love. But that's the shakedown of it, my friend. My brother, not just my friend. Heavy. Whew. Steve, you're up next. I think it was a general, right? General, yes, sir. Steve, you want it straight or you want it sugar-coated? I love those hearts. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know how you're doing it. I love it. Help me out. Spread the word. Because here's the thing. I've come to the conclusion that everybody who's in this chat right now has hit that like button. Oh, King Divine. King Divine Fire, if my old eyes don't lie to me. So that's far away on the screen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And indeed, I've come to the conclusion that everyone who's in this chat right now has hit that like button. And if you haven't, go ahead and do it. I've come to the conclusion that everyone in this chat right now has gone and supported the charity bundle and helped us support people's recovery from the hurricane. I've come to that conclusion now. That's dope. Thank you. Thank you for hanging around. I'm going to ask you to do one next thing. And I know it's getting late, and this might not be feasible for all of you. I'm going to ask you to tell somebody about this. I'm going to ask you to tell somebody about the readings. I'm going to ask you to tell somebody about the fundraiser. I'm going to ask you to tell somebody about the charity bundle. I'm going to ask you to tell somebody about this, and then tell them we're going to be back tomorrow. We're still going for 2 hours tonight. Don't worry. Welcome to Brittany. Just showing up. We got people just showing up. We're going to keep rocking. If your people are awake, tell them I got 2 more hours in me. I'll go have another energy drink right now. I'm put on the video again and go refresh. I got the fridge stocked. So tell somebody. If your people are awake, get them in here tonight. Let's do it. If they're not awake, let's do it tomorrow. Let's get them the reading. Let's get them the message they need to hear. Let's get them on board with this fundraiser. Let's come together as a community to support these communities. This world is not getting easier to live in. I don't know if y'all have noticed. We're about to have this election. I'm not even going to talk about that. That's the last thing I'm going to say about that. But it's not getting easier. We need to help each other. Now's the time we need to help each other. Now's the time we need to seek these messages. Now's the time we need to show the support more than ever. And next year, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be more than ever because we're going to be in this cycle for our entire lifetimes. We're in this age. I'm not going to go too deep on this either. But this is the journey we're taking together, and this is where we prove ourselves. Hit the like button. Get on the list. Oh, if you want a reading and you're not on the list, I'm talking about how we got time for everybody to get a reading, but I didn't tell you how to get on the list. Right above me, hoodoomoses.com. You see that? Go ahead and click that. Or don't click that. You can't click that. Type that into your browser. Open it up. You're going to find on the right, there's a schedule. At the bottom of that schedule, there's a link. You click that link. You're going to register. A Google form will pop out. You put your information on there, you're going to be on that list. Mary, be careful with those energy drinks. No, I feel you. I manage it well. My caffeine intake has been a lifelong. I'm a Virgo. Virgos are known for being high caffeine. It's not good for me. It's not good for me. But I've been really taking care of myself nutrition-wise in general. I've really been taking care of my liver, things like that. So hopefully, I've been drinking more water, a lot more water. Sleeping more, and this is not helping me. Neither the energy drinks nor the lack of sleep is helping me. But thank you for caring. There was a time not too long ago when I would have just kept making excuses and said, "Don't worry about me." One of the things I'm working on, and one of the things I'm gonna say straight up, is applicable to at least 4 people watching this chat right now. I'm not just playing probability. I feel this in my heart. I'm straight up with you guys. One of the things I'm working on, and at least 4 of the people watching this, 4 to 6 people watching this right now, need to work on, is taking that compliment, is taking that, accepting that caring, is not minimizing the value of oneself, is caring about yourself as much as you care about the people that you love because you love yourself. Caring about yourself as much as a person that you're in love with because you're in love with yourself. Go ahead and claim it if you want. Go ahead and claim it. Smash a heart if you claim that, because I'm not going to even see who smashed the heart. That's an anonymous way to go ahead and claim that. Go ahead and claim that. All right. Who next here? Steve, general reading. I need the music, man. It's so quiet. It's so quiet, but I gotta find stuff that Amazon's not gonna, or YouTube's not gonna mess with. Thank you to everyone who's claiming that. How about that? How about actually caring about... When you're in love with someone, man, they don't even have a cut on their finger. They get a paper cut, you get a Band-Aid out. I cut my own finger, I'm running around bleeding, maybe wrapping in a paper towel if I get a chance. How am I going to let other people... First of all, how am I going to really let other people love me if I don't love myself like that? How is that even going to be possible if I don't have that door open and I want people to walk through it? That's number 1. Number 2, what am I saying to the people who've already entered that door? What about the people who already love me? What am I saying to them if I don't love myself at least as much? I should be leading the way, showing them how to love me. So, just a reflection. Hit that heart if you claim it. All right, general reading, Mr. Me. They say you've been laying plans. We finna get to making it happen. The plans are eager. They're not totally refined. What did Mike Tyson say? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Right? So there's something to do with like when your plan meets reality, it's going to take some evolution. There's no such thing as making a perfect plan because of that fact. So you got to get to doing, and then doing is how the maturation of the plan and the planner occur. But what it's showing us is that there's one more step before you get to doing in these plans. And that's partnership. That's finding somebody to work with. That's somebody who's going to compliment you and make you feel confident. But now I'm going to speak on my personal experience with this. Because I have been here. And I made the wrong decision here. And that ruined this. This did not mature correctly. It matured. It went real good. But it never went past Queen of Wands. It never became that King of Wands. So that's just me speaking from, that's not what the cards are saying. That's me speaking from my personal experience. What the cards are saying is, you got this plan. It's the idea. Maybe a business idea here. You know the plan's not perfect, but you believe in it. You need to find someone who's going to help you, who's going to be your partner, who's going to be able to do, because this shows that don't get you too many partners. Now this shows the architect, the builder, and the person responsible for the building partnering together to make the construction project happen. It's that partnership to build that. And this is this idea becoming action. That's what's going to lead to us maturing. Does that make sense? Do you know what this is? Let me know. All y'all watching live, by the way, you're going to have a lag potentially if you're not live. So if you want that to go away, if you're watching on a computer or a tablet, maybe even on a phone, go ahead, touch the screen. You're going to see a little thing next to the mute button that says live. If there's a red dot next to it, you are watching live up to the minute. If there's a gray dot next to it, it means you're on a lag at some point, you paused or something like that. Just click the word live, and it'll bring you to the red dot. You'll be totally up to the minute. You might miss something, but that'll bring you up to speed, and then we'll be up to the moment. Because I'm looking at the chat, I'm seeing Jessica, whose name isn't really Jessica, it's really Karen. Shh. Responding to something I had said earlier. Steve, my pleasure as always, brother. Thank you for letting me read for you, man. Renee, you still with us, my friend? And Scrappy Doo, let me know you're here. I was thinking of you yesterday because I don't know if you know Pete and Baz are these old dude English rappers who are actually fucking unbelievably fire. And I wish I could play their songs without YouTube hitting me for it. But they just dropped a new song. And the first line is, "Little fella, big man, call me Scrappy Doo." I thought of you, Scraps. If you're still with us, holler. I know some people have to go to bed. It's getting late on the East Coast. We're down to 10 people. Shoot, even Cosmic probably crashed out by now. So Renee, let us know you're here. Corey, let us know you're here. Karen, I know you're here. So Karen, why don't you go ahead and check in and let us know what we're reading on. Because I know you're here. And Corey, if you're here. And Renee, if you're here, let us know what we're reading on. Tony, are you still with us? Mary, I know you're here. You just kind of showed up recently. Right? What am I looking at? It says 2350. 11:50, about 26 minutes ago. Yeah. And then Brittany's right here. Shoot, this 5 minutes ago. So I know you're here. Cool. All right. So I'm looking for Renee. I'm looking for Corey. Karen, I got you here. Karen, let me know what we're reading on, please, my dear. Karen, not Jessica. And Renee, check in. Corey, check in. Tony, check in. Mary, I'm trusting you, like I said. Brittany, I'm trusting you, like I said. Yo, so one thing that I hadn't thought about with the Tarothon that I gotta plan better tomorrow. So someone who's here tomorrow or someone who talks to me tomorrow, remind me. My contact lenses are really not made for long-term wear. This has happened fucking every single day that I've stayed up this week. I've stayed up too late, and my contacts like kind of start to like just get spotty, and I get freaked out that I'm losing my vision, which I'm sure I am. I have terrible vision. My eyes have always been a thing for me, but I get freaked out and I can't see shit. But it's the contacts, so I got to change my contacts. I got to rest my eyes and change my contacts midday. All right, so Mary's let me know what she's looking for. Karen, let me know what we're reading on. And let me know if you want it like straight up in front of all these people, or you just want me to be polite. Which I'm happy to do. This is your first time. You deserve it. Oh boy. See, with Cosmic, I could kind of banter while I was waiting for the lag. Without that, I feel like I need the music. Without him, I feel like I need the music. You'll see what I'm saying? I don't like the dead air. I have finite energy. You know what I mean? I can't infinitely just talk. I can. I'm a child of Mercury, but nonetheless, it'll drain me. How am I going to pick my energy up? Let's see. Let's see what we got on the desk here. Luck. I don't need that. That's not going to wake me up. Let me see. Let me see if I got a private stock formula for this situation. I got my box right here. Because I know a lot of people don't know what they would use these for. I'll just start laying them down here. Power, I'll probably use. Beginnings, I'm gonna use. Even though it's a continuing. Guidance. I should have used that in the beginning, to be honest with you. Disruption, I definitely don't need. Domination, I don't need. Attraction, should have used that at the beginning. Obfuscation, I don't need. Cunning, I don't need. Courage, shoot. Let's take it. That'll give me a little boost. Warfare, I don't need. Confidence, I don't need right now. Prosperity, I don't need right now. Protection, I don't need right now. Seduction, I don't need right now. Joy, I don't need right now. Adventure would help. Give me a little juice right now. Purification, I don't need right now. Let's see. Wisdom, I don't need right now. Well, I guess I could always use wisdom, but I could use a little power. Shoot. All right, so Audra, I see you are now on the list. Thank you very much. Vision, I could certainly use because I can't see a damn thing right now. Business, I don't need right now. Intuition, should have used at the beginning, but whatever, we're here now. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to dress myself with these colognes. Y'all see kind of how I do it. In the meantime, I'm maintaining the list. Brittany's on here. Mary's on here. Audra's on here. Tony, I think, is out of the picture. Corey, I think, is out of the picture. Karen, you're up. I just need to know what we're reading on. All right. First vision from my tired eyes. So I'm not going to put this in my eyes. That would be a crazy thing to do. I'll burn like hell and probably make me blind, actually. But I just rub my eyes with my fingers. Now I'm going to close my eyes. Rub this on my hands until it like evaporates, till I don't feel any of the liquid anymore. Smell it, and now I'm going to rub my eyelids. I'm going to close the eyelids. Just lightly. Just lightly. Oh, that's actually quite good. That's quite good. Corey! I was calling you. I was just told a whole Scrappy-Doo story. I said a rap line and everything. I need to know your question, girl. Power I can definitely use. So power. It still has the thing in it. So if you pick these up, by the way, guys, most of them have these little leak-proof cap things in here. Oh, shit. I just spilled power all over my desk and my carts. I guess that's not bad. Better than a cursing one. Yikes. Be careful of that. It'll dry real fast and it'll smell good as hell in here. So yeah, as I was showing you, these caps have this little like seal thing in here, and my pen's not sharp enough. My little poker is here though. You just need to like pierce it and pull it right out, and the cap's open. So this is actually a great opportunity to show you guys. So I spilled the power here. See? So like, oh no. My duct tape tripod. Whew. All right, let me fix the camera here. There we go. That's what's up. All right. A little adjustment. I know the one that's supposed to be on my face is all over the place. Hey, get back over here. The fuck? Shh. All right, so this power, it's already evaporating on the edge here. It's going to evaporate real quick here in Colorado versus somewhere at a lower altitude. But so I was gonna anoint my hands with it anyway. I anoint my arms with it. No, I got half a bottle out here on my desk. Ho 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 ho. I'm gonna put it on my head. Now, in my case, I'm not necessarily, well, actually, anyone may as well do this. I'm going to put it on my back. Because first of all, my back has been a problem. My back's just hurting, right? But second of all, this has roots in it that are going to help strengthen the back, tonify the back. Help with the circulation back here, move all that swelling and pain. Oh, I don't know if y'all could hear that on the mic. My back just cracked just from that. I mean, I was putting my shoulders back too there. All right, I just gotta soak some more of this up because there's really a lot of it on my desk. It's starting to dry up. Could put it on my feet, but I'm not about to take my shoes off. Well, it's layered on here. Not gonna hurt. And Karen, thank you for waiting patiently. As I apply layers upon layers of cologne. It smells subtle, woody, just like sticks. It doesn't smell like. You could add it to lotion. There's a lot you could do with it. You can add it to virtually anything. You can add it to, you can add it to your shampoo. You can add it to your soap. You can add it to your lotion. You can evaporate it in anything. You can add it to the rinse cycle in your washing machine. You can spray it on your laundry. You can spray it on yourself. You can spray it in your car. You can spray it on your car. You can spray it on your bed. You can spray it on your clothes. It's so versatile. That's why I like this more than oil. I love oil. I love the properties of oil. I love the uses of oil, the effects of oil. I love all that. But this stuff, you could just do so much with it. You can use it as a fuel for a lamp. You can make an alcohol lamp with it. You can dress a candle in it. You can feed it to a doll. You can feed it to a mojo bag. You can put it in a jar. You can use it on a petition. You can use it on yourself, obviously. You can use it on someone else. All right. That's enough of that. I've given myself vision. I've given myself the power. Oh, man, my back feels better already. A little bit of adventure here. Trying not to spill this everywhere because this one smells a little funky. So that last one that I was using was power. Again, you can use all these in this wide variety of ways. Adventure, I'm just going to put on my third eye there. Maybe a little on my heart. Oh, I'll put courage over my heart. I usually just rub it in my hands after and anoint myself like that. Next up, courage. Courage, I'm going to anoint my heart with. And I also want to point out that these are literally intended, designed, and I use them. Like, I never used, I don't want to say never. I seldom use just one at a time. I consider everything I need for a situation, and I use what makes sense. But because it's the blending of those things that I'm going for. Karen, I think you're on a delay. I don't think you're live because I'm seeing your responses lagging. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and click your screen and then look for the word live and click that word. And that'll bring you up to speed. Courage over my heart. Beginnings. Beginnings. I feel like I need the beginnings in, really. I put it on my hands again. Put that on my head, too. Wake this head up. I got 2 powers out. Good thing I had a backup because I spilled most of that one. All right, so that's all I'm going to do for the anointing right now. I feel about 100% better. I don't know if y'all can sense it over the YouTube, but geez Louise. Talking about a second wind. All right. Karen, I saw 2 questions come in from you. One is, will you find your daughter? The other is, when you're slipping fall case. That's 2 questions, not one. So I can only ask 1 question at a time. So I'm going to ask the first question. Then if we've got to ask the second question, we'll ask the second question. All right, so for the first question, will you find your stepdaughter? So she's with a man, an older man, possibly her father, possibly her daddy. That's where she is. I do think you will have, I don't know if you're going to find her, but you're going to have the emotional satisfaction, right? You're going to have contact with her. How you're going to get there is you're going to keep a wide search, right? As we said, this is the person waiting for their opportunity, looking, carefully picking the right one. You're going to have to search. It's not just going to come to you. You're going to have to search, and you're going to have to wait for the right timing and look for the right opportunity to ask the right person the right questions. That's as far as your stepdaughter. Let's look at the slip and fall. Let's see what we got here. All right. Slip and fall. where we're coming from is the injury. And maybe there's some amount of... Well, you don't have to give me the details of it. Maybe there's some amount of familiarity here prior to this incident. What we're going to is satisfaction, reconciliation. I don't know if you're going to win the case. This looks more like a settlement, but it's a good outcome. How we're going to get there is the chariot. You're going to have... Listen, you're going to have backbone in this. You're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to be calm. You're going to have to be methodical. But you're going to have to be unyielding. You're going to have to be unyielding. You're going to have to claim your position, and you're going to have to hold your position. And you can get a settlement out of it. Whew! I am feeling that. What I put on myself. So which oil was that? Actually, none of it was the oil. It's those private stock formulas, and I just put a bunch on myself. And those things have been steeping 3 years, so they're really strong. And it's probably what I'm feeling is all that power formula that I covered myself in. I put power on. I put vision on. I put beginnings on. I put... What else? Adventure. And I put on a little... courage. And those are all on the site right now. And like I said, you look through them, you'll find those coupons. You get them 20% off. Shit, like I said, I think there's at least 2 uses of that 50% off coupon still. All right. Jessica, did those answers make sense? I know you're on a bit of a lag here. And if you are finding that maybe you're on a lag, actually, I'm going to ask everyone to go ahead, click your screen, check and see if maybe you are on a lag. Because if that word live doesn't appear with a red dot next to it, it means you're watching, and you're watching the live stream, but you're in the past. Come to the present, come to the future. Join us. Join us in the future, my friends. Oh, Tarot Cam, on point. Loving it. Great. Put that right there. Oof, who next? Let's see my list here. Tony, you're up. Oh no, Corey, I skipped you, right? Scraps, tell me you're still here. No more 50%, Richard? Don't worry, there's a 65% coming tomorrow. 20%'s live, though. Scraps, you're up before Tony if you get back to me. Because you're earlier on the list. Joey! Fucking A, man. Way to tune in. What time is it in Australia? I can go back and pick you up. We'll come back to you, bro. But Richard, I'm going to tell you right now, there's only going to be like 2 or 3 of those 65%. So, just so you know. Moni told me you're like a hawk on this thing. Which is the goal. Oh! Let me talk about what I haven't talked about with anyone that's actually kind of a fucking big deal. I know Joey is on it. Let me pull this back up. Let me catch up on the chat here, too. So, Karen, if her dad is there, she's with an older man. The Emperor came up. Probably being protected and cared for, not being harmed in any way. But that's what that's showing us. Let me bring this back up. Did I close the browser window? No, it's still here. All right, I got to show you guys one more thing. So we go here. This. Even if your cookies are disabled, you just click here to enter. This is a sweepstakes. So you just got to click how you want to log in. I'll log in with, boom. Now you just put your stuff in here. Okay? I'll even do it for you here. Well, not 2010. There we go. Ready? So right off the bat, you get one entry. I gotta delete this thing. Hopefully this thing doesn't win the fucking sweepstakes. If you buy a private stock formula, every day that you buy one, you can get 5 more entries. If you bid in a charity auction, you don't have to win. You get 10 entries. And then these guys are going to be hidden all over the friggin' place starting tomorrow. And you can do them every hour. And what you win is the entire collection of private stock formulas, even the stuff that says sold out. So the best way to get ahead in that is just bid in the auction. You don't have to win the auction. You just have to bid. If you win the auction, I'm going to expect you to pay. But you don't have to. You just bid, and then you get 10. See? Per day. So you have like 2 days. You can get 20 in just by bidding. Joey, hidden codes. They're all in here. I'll show you one. Pop. Right. And there's other hidden codes in other that are not at the top. I'll tell you that right off the bat. Some of these. Oh, shit. I found another one. Here's the big one. Looks like this one's out, though, I heard. Some of these, I don't know where the other ones are. I put them in at random. You got to scroll to the bottom. They're not going to be at the top of the description. So, and they're going to get trickier. All right. I'm going to say this to the people who are here right now. Look through everything. Even stuff you've seen before. Look through all the product listings tomorrow if you want to hunt the good stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Look through everything. All right, I'm not giving any more hints. My hints are given. Oh, the codes for the entries are going to be hidden tomorrow, Joey. But look through everything. All right, Scraps, you're up. What's your question? Richard, so if you bid, go ahead and go in and make sure that you're, because it doesn't automatically give you those 10. You got to go in and claim them. Found yourself the t-shirt. There you go. There you go. Happy Trickster's Treats, Richard. Thank you for supporting the charity event. See? Now, don't give away the secrets. Let them search for themselves, Richard. Joey, also, I got to talk. If you win the sweepstakes, bud, we have something we got to figure out, my friend. Oh, Tony just got a 50%. There you go. Richard, I thought they were sold out. What were you, hoarding them? Secretly trying to warn people off them? All right, Joey. If you win, really anyone international, that's a lot of alcohol to ship. We might have to break it up in a bunch of shipments or figure something out. I have not really cared about the rules about shipping alcohol before, and with one little bottle, I'm not really that concerned about it. But with 40 ounces of alcohol, I have to follow shipping rules. I believe it can be shipped internationally, but there's all sorts of restrictions about whether or not they'll ship it by air. So, there you go. Oh, Tony, you got a 50% yesterday. All right, then maybe it all adds up. I got you. Well, thank you. Thank you. And guys, I want to make sure the St. Jude stuff's posted. I'm just realizing I don't see it on the site here. It sure should be. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just switch something up real quick. Make that easier, because I know people were looking for it before. All right, so Scraps, I'm still looking for your question, by the way. And when I say Scraps, I mean you, Corey, Scrappy Doo. Let me make this little update here. Boop. I'll just make this adjustment and we'll bring those St. Jude's up there. Products, collections. I don't want to do this. All right, y'all. Believe. All right, nice. If we refresh the page now, it'll have all the new stuff up front. If y'all refresh Hoodoo Moses. Whew. I should have done that a hot minute ago. There we go. Cool. I'm going to confirm that. Refresh it. Scroll down on the bottom. Nope, that didn't do it. Maybe take a second here. All right, Corey, if you got a lag, click the screen and then click live. Click the screen and then click live. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that what I did just got saved. They definitely just did it. Yeah, that's saved. Check one more thing, because it is not coming up for me. So if y'all are experiencing it not coming up, we have a consistent experience. All right. This is the last thing to check. That came up good. No, see, that didn't come up good. Let me see what's going on here. See what we got. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Huh. Bear with me, gang. I don't know what the heck's going on here. Yeah, that's right. No, all products. Yeah, that's correct. But I want this category to work in a different order, yeah? Excellent products. View all. Solid button. I don't know. It might just take time, guys. All the settings are right. I don't know what's going on. I can confirm it's wrong. Welcome to my life. I'll try it one more time. I might have to clear my cache. I'll try it. For you guys, I'll flip and try it. I don't even know how to do that. Oh, new private window. That's the shortcut. Nope. Alright, I guess this is just fucking tricks and treats. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'll try one more thing. Oh, Corey, I do see your question. It's dead. Let me check that for you. That's right. You guys, give me a second to fix this. Okay, I figured it out, yo. I figured it out. It was my mistake. Give me 30 seconds to fix this and we'll come right back, Corey. Thank you for your patience. So anyway, as I was saying before, Corey, and I don't think you were here for it, I thought of you the other day because Pete and Baz, those old man rappers, put out a new track, and it starts with the line, I'll even say the next line this time. He says, "Little fella, big man, call me Scrappy Doo," which of course made me think of you. And then he says, "Turtle, put a shell in the back of you," which I think is great. Fucking great. If you don't know Pete and Baz and you're a hip-hop head, you're missing out. Boom. There we go. Now we talking. Check the page. Game on. Let me get the refresh going. Did I close it? I closed it. Okay, better. Refresh, all the new stuff's up there. I've done my job. Oh, you're going to look it up? I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. It's so good. I can't play it. I can play it if I talk over it, actually. They just did a song with T-Pain. They're kind of blowing up right now. Mugshot Freestyle is the joint. I can play the beginning of it. Especially if I do stuff like pause it and talk over it. Here, you guys can hear that, right? I think you can. Yeah. Right? You guys can hear that? I paused it just so YouTube doesn't get mad. But here.
Yeah. Little fella, big man, call me Scrappy Doo. Turtle, put a shell up in the back of you. Now down, show a fella what the hammer do. Better you, smug got fried like a sagaloo.
Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. And I'm not gonna show you what they look like because you're gonna have to find them, but I'll drop the link. Tricks and treats is what I promise, and it's what I bring. Boom. There they go. Alright. Thank you for your patience. All right. Can I ask Corey, is there any association with your dad's heart? Because I have the strength card, which is the card of Leo, which has to do with the heart. If not, we can take it literally. This is the card we're coming from. But that could point us in that direction. I'll give you a general reading, and then I'll when you're able to answer that, I'll get to what I was going to say about that. The imperfection of tarot cam is fucking with me again, y'all. And the thing is, I have a tripod, but I lost the screw for the base. Like, this is the top of the tripod, but I lost the base, so now it's taped up. There we go. So, in general, what this is telling us is we're coming from a state of strength, right? A state where things are actually, like, under control, as it were. Here we have grace dominating the beast. Right? Oh, he did have a heart attack. Yeah. So the thing is, this is the card of labor, of hard work, and I think this is on your part. This is where we're going. This is where we're coming from. Is this heart, the struggle with the heart, and where we're going to is hard work, effort, devotion. Devotion is the watchword there. And the outcome, unfortunately, doesn't look great. Where does it ever go, right? It's not like he's going to be 20 years old again. There's going to be a bitterness from this, a harshness. This is unfortunately so often the case and the story of caring for elders, particularly with dementia, who are unable to demonstrate or practice the way they wanted to treat people when they had all their faculties. And what this is telling me that we can look for support in is at least as much with you as with him. Because this is talking about anxiety, paranoia, PTSD. This is talking about all hard work, burnout. You need someone that you can... Do you go to a therapist? Do you talk to a therapist? This is someone maybe on a even a more personal and informal level, but you need someone that can be, we have the exchanging of cups here, the exchanging of emotions. Someone you can have that exchange with. Do you have siblings, or you're an only child? Because this is very, very common with siblings in this situation. This Five of Wands, lack of coordination, kind of soft conflict thing. Yeah, well, I'm going to say this right here, and that's the final story. You have a challenging journey ahead of you, and frankly, it's ahead of most of us, right? Our parents are getting old as a generation, and our parents didn't take care of themselves in the way that we are as a generation. And this story is going to be true for a lot of us. I'm like about to start crying because I know it's going to be true for me. It's not yet, but I know it's going to be. And the important thing is to come out of this thing intact, man. The important thing is to find what the lesson is for you, to find the ship that you're going to get onto. Because here's the thing, whenever our elders, when they pass, but even before they pass, when their authority wanes, right? When they get into the senescence of their life, then we get in their boat. Like, we take on the role they had, which their parents had before them, etc. That is, it's going to sound weird when I say it, but just hear me out. That is the more important part of this. Yes, they're aging. Yes, they're going to pass. Yes, we have to take care of their soul, etc. But we're actually getting the ship of the entire lineage. And we're still here, and we still got to do that for 40 years or 50 years or whatever. In your case, probably longer. You're healthy. So being sure that that emotional energy is flowing through us. And that processing can happen, because so often, and I see it in our parents themselves, did not process the death of their parents. They just took on the role, and they didn't take on the significance of that role individually, personally. They didn't have the chance to process what was overflowing to them, what needed to flow through and out of them. When you pour into a cup, some things need to spill out. So what did they need to let go of? Right? We need to process this stuff. And we need to do it with people. And so if you don't have a therapist or someone you can talk to, yo, I'm fucking, just DM me. I'm pretty sure you have my number. Hit me up on Telegram, whatever. I'm not saying it has to be me. Find someone. If there's no one else, I'm right here. And I know there's plenty of other people too. But whoever you feel most comfortable with. Hey, what's up to Prairie Winds and Wildflower Spiritual Arts? Nice to meet you too. Welcome from Canada. Thank you for joining us. That's exciting. First timer, geez Louise, I believe. If you want to sign up and get on the list for a reading, right above me, hoodoomoses.com, go to that website. On the right, there's going to be a schedule. On the bottom of that schedule is going to be a link to sign up. You get right on that list. Corey, I'm coming back to you. I'm sorry, I switched into promotion mode in the middle of like a heavy reading. That felt rude. But then it felt rude not being a good host. I don't know. I'm all over the place here. Balancing a lot. Of course, I'm always here for you, kid. Hit me up. All right. Where are we at on this? Karen, I know we read. Corey, we read. Tony, do we decide Tony's here? Or Tony called it a night? I know Mary's here. I think Brittany's here. I know Audra's here. If you just heard your name called, do me a favor and drop your question in the chat. Tony, you are here. Right on. You just heard your name. Time to drop the question in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and see what's been going on here. I see someone's checking out on the site. I'm going to hold off because I'm going to then update the count on the funds raised for charity if someone has purchased one of those charity bundles. You know that's going to make me thrilled. Matter of fact, tomorrow I'm going to get some sound effects. I'm going to get an air horn. I'm going to get at least a raven. I might cut up bits of me reading the Raven so I can play little bits of it, but that's fairly unlikely. I don't think I'm going to have the time to be real. If anyone wants to volunteer to do that, I can get that recording that I just made over to you. I'm going to let these come through. Let these come through. Okay. Tony's looking for a general. Gotcha. The generals tend to go faster. I'll be honest with you. Because the cards just have... Oh, when I said drop something, if I said your name... Now, Karen, you already dropped your question. Joey, not yet. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say the list of people who should put their question in the chat. If you hear your name now, oh, I guess Joey, yeah, we already passed you and we're coming back to you. So Joey, you're first. Tony, you're next. Mary Neal, you're after that. Brittany, after that. Audra, after that. Drop them in the chat. And by drop M, I mean your question. And whether you want me to just give it to you straight up or whether you want me to be polite, especially if we don't know each other. I understand that. I respect that. Respect. I don't want some stranger calling me out on my shit. That's weird. That's why I don't get tarot readings. Let me take this thing off my neck if Cause isn't coming back on. It feels like a weak person's choking me. One of my least favorite feelings. That's why I don't wear turtlenecks yet. All right. So, Joey, I'm going to do the general for Tony, and then I'll come back to you. You're up next. This is interesting. So, for those just joining us, where we're coming from, where we're going to, how we're getting there. And so, where we're coming from is a period of picking up the pieces, probably coming from a relative disaster. The star comes immediately after the tower. It's the moment of hope. There's not quite a solution yet, but the fact that there will be a solution, can be a solution, and, you know, that the solution is coming is clear. It's the moving on bit, right? It's not the breakup. It's not the next relationship. It's the moving on. Where we're going to is actually some very clear decisiveness. I don't think this is a mode that's been accessed before. There's a type of like clear decision making. There's a type of executive functioning is the words I'm looking for. There's a type of seriousness and seriousness of intention that's I don't think has ever really been fully accessed. And how we're getting there is actually it's a really curious course to take this journey. To go from like, okay, there's a chance for me, fresh start situation, to this just like very empowered, almost like untouchable's not the word. Like almost inaccessible might be the negative word of it. Intimidating might be the negative word of it. But getting there by way of this like softness, this openness. You know, the Empress is the card of motherhood, of birthing. We have the shield of Venus here. Comfort, luxury. So this is this interesting story of, okay, we're moving on from the past. Let's leave the past behind us. So what do we have? We have to get in touch with self in a real way. Get in touch with the source of the own power. Again, the Empress is the mother card, and this is a process of giving birth to the self, archetypally, so to speak, spiritually, if you will. And birthing this new, actually like a hardened self that will have to get softened over time. It's like not a rough stone, but like when they machine something and it's fresh cut, all the edges are super sharp. And they got to actually put it in this thing to dull the edges to make it so you don't cut yourself on it when they machine something out of metal. It's that kind of process. But there's this self-birthing. So it's this move into softness, produces hardness that will require softness off that, right? So this move into softness, this move into self-nurturing, self-mothering, if you will, is the journey to embrace right now, because this is what's going to come out of it. This newer, more capable, again, almost like would probably be intimidating to current self. Richard, good night, my friend. Good night, Moni, if you're still with us. So this movement is what you're tasked with doing now. And it's found in compassion. It's found in self-love. It's found in self-vulnerability, which is a completely different thing than what we were talking about before when the sun card was out, when we were talking about the naked baby and just being vulnerable to the world. The self-vulnerability and where this relates to the mother card, obviously I can't relate to being a mother, but I can relate to being a father. We had both our kids at home, and I got to be very front row seats for the process of becoming a mother for my wife, both the first and second time. And there is an utter terror. The first time from not knowing, the second time from knowing exactly what was going to happen. There is a finding of a wealth and a reserve of both calm and sheer power in the self that one cannot consciously access, right? She's tried to go there before, she's tried to go there since, can't get there, right? But happened both times when she was having the kids, just the primal, the inner mother, the first mother, right? It's in there. And it is this process of, I don't want to say inevitable, but and I don't want to say crisis. I want to say it is the process of, or the prospect of, perhaps, interacting with, facing, approaching fearlessly trauma. We'll say in general, that's a loaded term, means a lot of things to a lot of people right now, but whatever. But to fearlessly, courageously, we dare say, approach trauma out of love. And I switched to courageously instead of fearlessly because courageous has that root core, meaning the heart, right? Courage is always an action of love. It's the difference between bravery and courage. Bravery can be committed to out of anger. Bravery can be committed to out of foolishness. Courage must be committed to out of love. And so this is the courage to face the self out of love for oneself. And a love for oneself that allows one, hear me on this, a love for oneself that allows one to forgive and let go of things. Because often we're afraid to let go of things because it would require admitting that we were wrong. And there's the self-love to admit that. The self-love required to admit that has to be established. We have to know that it's okay to be wrong. And it's funny to need to know that with ourselves, but it's a habit that we develop outside that we then carry over to our relationship with ourselves. We have to set that right. Heard me, Tony? I think you did. Mr. Joey, the question. Oh, General. What should you do to get this business off the ground? Straight up. Got you. I'm on it. All right. I'm going to need another breath out of this. Here we go. Let's see. Looking good for you, Joey. Let's see how we're getting there. Just do it, bud. Okay. Sorry, I skipped some things. Tony, sounds like more shadow work. Yes. It might be a different angle on it. Okay, so sometimes we can go into the fun shadow work, which is like, ooh, let me explore my dark side, that is the part of my shadow that I do not permit myself to engage in because it makes me afraid. That's part of it. That's the more fun part. Then there's the let me engage with the part of myself that I do not permit myself to engage in because it makes me feel embarrassed, because it makes me feel sad, all those things. Got to make sure we go through all the parts of ourselves we don't engage. And love them. Fall in love with them. Bobby Hemmett said, you got to fall in love with yourself the way you fall in love with someone else, where then all of a sudden their little quirks become delights for you. All right, Joey. So we're coming to this business with great intentions, a bit of naivete. Again, the rubber hasn't met the road yet. It's very easy to be idealistic. We got to make the practical come into view. How was it today that I was listening again? No, he was talking about the form preceding matter, right? You have to bring the form to matter for the reality to be expressed. In the way action precedes deed, or deed precedes action. Where we're going? The magician. Pretty damn good for a magic business, which is what you're doing. That's what you want. How we're getting there, the Ace of Wands, there's going to be some doing. There's going to be doing magically, there's going to be doing business-wise. I'm going to ask for more information on this because it's a little vague. But I think reading it on its surface, reading it on its face is like you do it the way any entrepreneur does it. You put in 16 hours a day until you can't anymore. But doing it with purpose, doing it with intention, doing it with strategy, doing it with all the skills and resources at your fingertips, doing it with the plan and executing the plan step by step. Right? There's doing in a reactive way, and there's doing in a patient, calm, almost fucking boring way because it's so meticulous. It's that kind you got to do. All right, let's see. Very Saturnian. Quite the story here. I'm gonna bring these into frame for us on the tarot cam. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So as to what Joey needs to do, that's what we're getting. I'm about to lay the 5th card. Whew, what a story. Ooh. Ooh. I got chills because I know Joey. I know you moderately well, at least I should say. I mean, it's not like we're best friends. I don't know all your quirks and idiosyncrasies. But this is a serious story. And it's appropriate, dude. Because if you want to be this, you got to do this. You don't get the powers of the Magus. You don't get any of the Magician's Path without doing your Saturn work. Personally, sure. In business, especially. Right? Deferred reward is the story. 1, what do you got to do? The hermit. Isolate. Less time on social media. Less time in communication with anything that doesn't have to do with business. If it has to do with business, it doesn't count. This is saying no. This is saying no to inspirations. This is saying no to ideas. This is saying no to all the fancies that come to mind. I can tell you even in a mature business that those are business killers. In a young business, you will bleed out before you get going. Watch the budget. I'll give you a parable with this. Not even a fucking parable. True life story. I was in business, right? In my past business, my pipe business. And we were at the point where we were courting investors and meeting entrepreneurs and going to conferences, all this shit. And someone really smart said, well, how are the numbers? You make money on the numbers. And I thought he meant You make money on quantity, on the numbers, the plurality of items. What he meant was your business succeeds or your business fails based on those financials on your balance sheet. Doesn't matter how many customers you have, doesn't matter how many people like you, doesn't matter how much inventory you have, doesn't matter what your turnover is, doesn't matter what your cash flow kind of matters. But your balance sheet, that's what matters. That's your business. Study your balance sheet. And this is hard for me to advise on a personal level and on a spiritual level, because I've recently been reflecting on the importance of shifting from quantitative, to quality and qualitative. And as I was talking with Doc, that kind of anti-modernism and moving towards the not counting and things like that. But the reality of business is it's a modern construct. And if you want to succeed in that modern construct, you have to take the modern approach. Right? This is an interesting thing, Joey, because this isn't in your nature at all. But this has all the energy of like what do they call it? Putting in work. Putting in work, right? You want to join the prison gang, you got to put in work. You got to stick that one guy. This is not about betraying someone. But this is about putting in work in the sense of Brian Tracy has a book called Eat That Frog. Eat That Frog. Dropping it in the chat. I should fucking be doing Amazon affiliate links of all this stuff. I'm going to make these guys famous. Look how many books I'm selling. I'm just kidding. It's a famous book. Brian Tracy's really famous. It's a great book. And I'm not saying you have a problem with procrastination, Joey. But what the ethos of this book is, that hard thing that you don't want to do, fucking do it first thing in the morning. Go ahead, take a cold shower. Literally go take a cold shower. Start your day with a cold shower. Turn it on the coldest setting you can. Expose yourself to the cold water for at least 3 to 5 minutes. After that, it's bonus. 3 minutes, you're really going through the full hormone response. 5 minutes, you'll come back to baseline. But that'll make you more resilient, and it'll help you deal with cortisol throughout the day. And then go ahead and immediately do the thing you don't want to do. And then take it from there. Also, be mindful of all right, I'm going to give you 2 decision-making metrics, we'll call them. Rubrics, perhaps. The first is the good old-fashioned grid. Look on Tarothon for me. You have important, not important. You have urgent, not urgent. Urgent means it has to happen soon. Not urgent means it doesn't matter when it happens. So some things are important but not urgent. They have to happen, but they don't have to happen soon. Some things are not important and not urgent. Some things are important and urgent. Some things are urgent but not important. So you got to master that. This you do. This you delegate. This you don't give a fuck about. If it's not important and not urgent, why are you even thinking about it? You can keep it on a list if you want. And this you schedule. Plan it for getting done. And if you move through in that way, you'll keep yourself focused on what advances the aim of the business. Ask yourself what the business needs to be and and then figure out how to get there. To do that, think about where the business needs to be in 5 years or 10 years, or whatever the horizon you can muster is. Cut that in half. What's the halfway point of that look like? And then cut that in half. And then cut that in half. And soon you'll get down to a month or a week or whatever. And then you know what the fuck to do. And just do it. Eat that frog every single day, bud. That's what you got to do. All right. Moses's fucking late night business advice is live and poppin'. Let me look at this list. So Joey's good, Tony's good. I believe it's Mary, Neil, Brittany, and Audra. Let me refresh this, make sure we got no one new. I gotta scroll down. Bear with me, gang. That's what I got. Mary, Neil, Brittany, and Audra. Unless I'm mistaken. And please correct me if I am. Oof. Does that list sound right to everybody? And if you are one of those three people, Miss Mary Neal, Brittany, or Audra, do me a favor and check in the chat. Let me know you're here. Joey, we're all guilty of procrastinating, bud. Let me give you one thing that kind of spiritual word against procrastination. Most of us understand the importance of being prompt for other people. And I say this with a great deal of humility to you, Joey, because I know I've been late for and missed our appointments and had to make them up. So most of us, maybe not self-included, understand, recognize, embrace the importance of being on time for other people because we value other people's time. Procrastination is being late for yourself. That's the word. Miss Mary Neal. We said general reading, I believe. Brittany, let me know if you're here and what type of reading we're doing. And Audra, I assume general? Let me know. I'm cooking through this list. I'm excited to eat, yo. I don't know if I'm going to make it all the way to the curry place. Fuck it, I might just have a protein drink, brush my teeth, and go to bed. Ooh. I know that curry place would be psyched if I showed back up there, because I just found it last night, but I don't even know how long they've been open. Now I'm going to go check in on the funds raised for charity here. All right. We got how many people here? Let's look at this. We got 13 people in here. I'm going to give a few numbers real quick. As much as I'm going towards the qualitative instead of the quantitative. We got 13 people in here. We've been live reading tarot for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Ain't bad. Can I get a like? If you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, matter of fact, we already called for the likes. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Because we're coming back tomorrow and I want you to get notified. And we're coming back on Halloween too and I want you to get notified. So go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll give everybody a moment to do that. I know we got some general readings to go in a moment here. Once we got that like and subscribe hit, I'm going to direct everyone back to hoodoomoses.com to look at the charity fundraiser, to look at the sweepstakes. At least enter the free sweepstakes, please. It's free. Please. Do it for you, if not for me. Get you to go do that. And I see those hearts popping up, and I love those hearts, but that's not the like button. The like button's the little thumbs up, so make sure you got that too. Like and sub. Thank you, Prairie Winds. Thank you, thank you. So go to hoodoomoses.com. If you can participate in the charity class bundle, it's 100 classes that we typically sell on average for $40. Some of those are $300 courses. We're selling the whole bundle for $100. All the money is going to charity except for the merchant processing fee Shopify takes. We're not taking an admin fee. We're not taking a handling fee, not a processing fee. I run a nonprofit so I can do stuff like this. It's all going to hurricane recovery. That's what's going on. $20 will get you 20 classes. $40 will get you 50 classes. $100 will get you 110 classes. These classes, it is a full college semester of conjure, magic, various. It's not a lot of metaphysics. It's hands-on stuff for the most part. Stuff that you can't really learn. And it is literally a full college semester worth of course hours. It's $100. It's a buy it for someone else. Buy the $20 one. Give that money to the cause. And if you just send money to me, I'm not going to know it's for the cause. It's the only way I know it's charity. The other thing you can do is bid. The other thing you can do is bid on those charity auctions. Okay? And if you do either of those things, make sure you go ahead and claim your credit for it in the sweepstakes. That's what I got, y'all. That's what I got. And of course, Trickster's Treat Sale, still ongoing. All those private stock formulas. Now, I know y'all said I was sold out of the harm formula, because I know you want the cursing formulas, because everybody, it's so cool to be malefic these days. It's all right. Everybody will grow out of it. Everyone has to go through the phase. I get it. I'm not judging. But I'm going to tell you, if they ain't up yet, they're coming. Like I said, it's all on random. But if you see Doom come up, D-U-M-E, grab that. And then if you see Bounty Hunter come up, grab that. That means they're coming tomorrow. Domination, listen. This is Vence Batalla, wins the battle. Vencedor, winner. And yo puedo más que tú. I can do more than you. This is the ultimate stuff for any sort of competition. And if you're doing harming work, you gotta add that basically. This is another one that if you're doing any left-handed work, you got to do. Oop. Looked like there was something on top of that one. This one, I can't believe I still have this in stock. There's a fucking line for this. Because this one has a cult following when a certain somebody picked this up and somehow had a Mercedes-Benz not too long after. Oh, you guys can't even see the screen. That's unfortunate for you, because I know what I'm talking about. Spy Master's up there now. That one's going to sell out. Check the private stocks. Check the private stocks. You're probably good for the night, but... All right. Let's continue down this list. General reading from Mary. Thanks for your patience, y'all. Thanks for your patience. Mary Neal. It's an interesting story. We're going from the Emperor to the King of Cups by way of the Lovers. This is not the Shadow Journey. This is something that is in the... I'm no Jungian, by the way, and part of my recent entry in modernity has been a return to my hating on Jung. But I can use some of those archetypes. Sometimes we're in that masculine mode. We're engaged with that masculine energy. We're building, we're organizing, we're pursuing, we're seeking. And when we reach an excess in that, which is natural to do because we all reach an excess in one direction until we run into a barrier that moves us back towards the center. When we reach an excess in that, it becomes detrimental. Frankly, I'm too tired to extrapolate, but sometime in the future, ask me about the male and the female and the drawing of the circle, and I'll explain why. But for now, just we can come to exhaust our energies. Even though we may feel like we have inexhaustible energy, we may just be burning it for no reason. It's the pursuit of quantity over quality, so to speak. And where we're headed is to... This is the expression of the kingly power in its utmost, as the Emperor card. The King of Cups gives us the expression of the kingly power, but in the sign of water, in the feminine sign, in the receptive. It's a flipping of the role. It's an inversion. And how this is going to come about for you is the lovers, and this being an internal process. In this case, not always, and sometimes this means a lover, but right now we're talking about an internal process. Right? We're talking about, again, this uniting of masculine and feminine principles. See, it is initially natural, right, for a human being who has not done any work of introspection, who has not proceeded on their spiritual path and has not proceeded on their path of self-knowledge, to be in one role or the other. Primarily masculine, primarily feminine. And I don't mean this in terms of gender, expression, or anything like that. I mean this in terms of like activity, mentation, the energy one carries. This is not about gender or biological sex, anything like that. So by default, we're going to be primarily in one. As we develop ourselves, as we get in touch with the other counterpart, we start to learn to sort of pick between the two. What we're called to do in this, or what you're called to do in this stage of evolution, what this stage for all of us is, but particularly where you're at, is not to pick, but actually to have them work together. Right? To actually have them active both in ourselves at the same time. That's what the process for you is going to be here. And that's going to move this from the scarlet to the blue. Right? That moves this from the scepter to the cup. Now you can receive, not just command, not just direct your will, but receive the flow of blessing. Does that make sense? Prairie Winds, by the way, I see you typing so much there. I have to apologize because you're typing clearly, putting a lot of thought, a lot of feeling into this. My vision is shit, and I have the chat on the far end of the screen. So little messages pop up in my bigger chat window, and I can read them. Unfortunately, the more thoughtful and the more considerate and the more complete a message, such as yours, the harder they are for me to read because I just have the summary in my big chat window because they don't fit. So please forgive me for not directly addressing your comments. I see you and I appreciate you. And I appreciate you contributing to the conversation and being a part of the community here. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge you. And maybe tomorrow I'll try to come up with a setup where I can get the chat box on this window or something where I can see it a little better. Because it's unfortunate how the people with the 3-word comments I can read. So Mary, I see you say yes, no problem. That was easy for me to read. Excellent, excellent. Next up. Bloop. Lost my window. Brittany, let me know you're still here. Let me know what we're reading on. Audra, let me know you're still here. Let me know what you're reading on. I think you both said general. I know Audra said general, but Brittany, let me know what the deal is. Hey, let me know if you like Tarot Cam. I think it's a cool innovation. I did one before, one year. I think I was doing a Tarothon. I think it was a Halloween one. Who remembers the one at the hotel? I think I had a Tarot Cam for that one. But I feel like it didn't work. It was weird. All right, Prairie Winds. Now I got to read over and lead because I was addressing you. It is absolutely not rude of you to be invasive. Come on. Certainly not. You're a part of... Listen, perhaps you don't know me too well. I am not about a platform. I'm about a community. And some of these folks got to see recently, like in real life, how much I'm about that. We had a retreat. About 15 of us got together. We went out to the desert, camping together. It was beautiful. But when I saw people sitting around having conversations that meant something to them, I said, hold up, who cares about the schedule? Let's let this happen. Because that's what I'm about. Because that's what meant the most to me in my life. So thank you for being here. All right. Aldraverse. Audra was there. She knows what I'm talking about. Miss Audra, let's do general reading for you, my friend. Miss Audra. So, as I know, as you know, as everyone who was there knows, you just came out of a period of quite some movement for you. A lot of physical travel, a lot of being in a place you've never been in, a lot of being in an environment you've never been in, a lot of being in a self or part of a self that you've never been in. Really, and Audra, I hope you don't mind if I share. Audra came on the retreat with us. Early morning, we had a sunrise hike, and on that, there was a bit of what we call a rock scramble. If you like to hike, it was what we call a 4-point scramble. You're on your hands a little bit, you're scrambling, you're not standing quite, and you're scrambling down what was admittedly kind of pretty sheer rock. You kind of had to wedge your foot in the crack, and it was probably not a I got to take some responsibility. Probably wasn't a totally beginner hike. But nonetheless, Audra, who didn't really have experience camping, didn't really have wilderness experience, didn't have hiking experience, was like there. She was ready for it. Looking beautiful. I was just looking at my phone, showed me the picture today. You were ready for like a beautiful experience, and then you found yourself having to scramble down this rock. And Audra, the Audraverse, our Audra here, faced this fear. Like this real, like biological fear. I saw it seize her. I saw her freeze up. She was right with Grecia. And then I saw her overcome it. And I saw her come down that rock. I watched the whole emotional discharge, the tears, everything. It was unbelievable. I can feel it now. Like, this is someone I really didn't even know at the time, but I felt so proud of her. I feel so proud of her now. That's this. This is travel. This is journey. This is progress. This is moving quickly. It's all that, Audra. You had all that. And where you're going, satisfaction, fulfillment, harmony, all the blessings. And how you get there, my friend. It was a descent into an abyss, she said. I love it. I love it. Well, so you've gone down that abyss and you've come out that abyss. You scrambled a couple more times. And now you found that you got a little more than you got to used to find out that you had. It's kind of like, I didn't know I could do that. And maybe there's a couple more other things that I didn't know I could do. And it's embracing that. It's embracing that, leaning into it, and, don't be a jerk about it. Not that I think you would even be capable of it, Audra, because I don't think you have jerky in you. Take that step. Use that confidence to take that next step, and take the confidence you get from that next step and take that next step. The Prince of Wands, if you'll forgive me being a little crude here, is the young man sitting here looking at his wand being like, look at the dude. That is pretty impressive, huh? That's what he's saying. Right? Oh, that is. Look at me. That's you. You are pretty impressive. Look at you, Audra. Go. Go, go. Because now you're empowered, that's good. But that now the key is to take that next step. Use that power to fuel that next step. To be further empowered. To take that next step. To be further empowered. And each one reaching a new tier, if you will. A new access. A new benchmark in power. I'm reminded of this idea of futurism. If I'm not thrilled about modernism, trust me, I'm not thrilled about futurism. But these guys, Elon Musk and all the jerks, Ray Kurzweil, all these people for 20 years who want to leave the planet. They think the future of humanity is in space. They have this idea of like tiers of energy. We're like, oh, when we reach this tier of energy and we're 100% solar, then we can do this. And we reach this tier, then we can do that. And when we learn how to harvest dark matter, then we can propel ourselves to this point in space, and then we can harvest this kind of matter. And it's this very like opportunistic way of expanding outwards so humans can be everywhere, because apparently we're great. I don't know. I'll leave that where it is. But that's precisely what you're supposed to be doing right now in your life, in your path. Not conquering the universe, but conquering the Audra. The Audraverse. You heard? What I got on my sign up. That's it. Did I clear the list? Ooh, baby. Finished by 2 a.m. Right on. I believe I have cleared the list here. Thank you all. Fuck yeah. Great day one of the Tarothon. Make sure you've hit make sure you've hit subscribe. I'm scheduled to be back tomorrow. I don't even have a lot on my schedule tomorrow. Today I had 2 client calls. I had a bunch to do. I'm going to clean up the office tomorrow. I'm going to get some stuff straightened up here. I'm going to get some tech rearranged. Maybe get the tripod actually standing. Although the tape thing is working pretty good. But we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to continue tomorrow. I hope everybody comes back. I'll read for you again. I won't read on the same things again. But I'm going to ask you to bring a friend. Tell a friend. Join us. Because tomorrow, if you missed it, by the way, ask someone about my rendition of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven that I read earlier. No. But we'll have more fun tomorrow. More tricks, more treats. I'm putting more stuff on the site tomorrow. We'll do more demos. Cosmic will be back with us. It'll be a good time. I'll have more energy, too, because I was up late last few nights. I've had some late work. By the way, I haven't really done any plugging on this stuff, but I'm back to doing work for folks. I'm trying to be doing that full time. Really, I'm phasing out the products. So, I mean, there is what there is, and it's a phase out. It's not a cut off, but I'm shifting that balance more. Again, it's the move to quality from quantity. COVID necessarily prevented me from doing the in-person work, which is my passion, right? Prevented me from doing the in-person gatherings, which is my passion, and pushed me more into the resources I had. And that led me to be producing a lot of product, getting a lot of product out there. And my goal really became quantity-based to bless as many people as possible. That's my stated goal every day. And now we're back able to do a lot of that in-person stuff again. So I'm recalibrating that goal. And the recalibrated goal is back to quality. Shoot, I don't mind if I only work with 20 people a year, but it's the depth of that connection and the depth of that encounter and the profundity of that experience for them that I'm about. So I thank you for being part of the first quality, not quantity Tarothon. Although the quantity ain't bad. Like, if I am going to quantify things and say, yeah, 4 hours, that's pretty solid. It's not my record, but I'm not trying to break quantity records. Oh, whoa, viewer from India, very much welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm just about to wrap up for the night, but I'm going to ask you, excuse me, my vision's not great, and I know I'm going to pronounce it wrong, but Riyanshu Kaushal, welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm going to ask you to hit like and subscribe because I'm going to be back tomorrow and I'm going to be back the following day. We're just about to wrap up the stream right now, but whew, please join. Awesome. Thank you, Prairie Winds and Wildflowers. Thank you, everyone who's joined us tonight. Bring a friend tomorrow. We're going to be back. Make sure you're subscribed so you see the notifications. The schedule is posted over there at hoodoomoses.com, as I said. If you can support the charity auction, I'd love it. If you can tell someone about the charity auction, I'd love it. If you can really just tell someone about this stream and then we can deliver a message that needs to be delivered and they can have the impact they need in the world, and that can lead to people being happier in their day, and that can lead to people living more meaningful and purposeful lives. And at the end of the day, that can result in a world where it's just a little easier for folks because it ain't getting harder. It ain't getting easier on its own. that would be awesome. That would be cool. That would be giving an offering in and of itself, and I would appreciate it. So bring a friend tomorrow. Tell somebody. We'll be back here. In the meantime, don't forget to follow me on Instagram. You connected with me on YouTube already, and I'll see you tomorrow, folks.